Okay.
I think I'll start here and see how it goes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ellen Fantini. I'm the online editor of the European Conservative, and I love what was just said about this transatlantic communication between and amongst conservatives. The European Conservative is an online news portal, journal. We publish news every day, analysis, commentary. We also have a quarterly magazine. And one of our missions is to explain Europe to Americans, as well as explaining Europe to Europeans. And what I mean by that is Europeans often only read the media in their own language, about their own country, and it's really important to know what's going on across the continent, and also, of course, to know what's going on around the world. This panel, the US and EU climate and regulatory policies and transatlantic competitiveness in the global economy. That's quite a lot to talk about in a short period. My opening remarks will simply set the stage, I hope. So green policy and competitiveness are on everyone's minds, or certainly on the tips of everyone's tongues. But what does this mean in practical terms? Well, certainly competitiveness is the buzzword in Brussels these days. From the recent Draghi report and, of course, the unelected Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, they're all talking about competitiveness. At the same time, you see a subtle change, but we should not be fooled. In the last session in Brussels, we heard a lot about the Green Deal. And now we're hearing a lot about the Clean Deal. This is simply a language trick. Nothing's changed. It's all the same ideology, from food and farmers, from this ideology of let them eat bugs, let them freeze all winter, rather than how can we help farmers grow our food, and how can we encourage energy independence? So this ideology is rampant on both sides of the Atlantic. Terrible ideas from green activists are being imported and exported from both sides, and of course, with centralized and coordinated control and the collusion of big business. So our speakers will touch on the idea that the modern environmental movement is both a false religion and is financed and pushed by big business. Of course, they're scaring the young people. Many young people believe that the planet's days are coming to an end. And politicians and bureaucrats, along with big business, help to encourage that fear. The most important thing for us is to maintain national sovereignty on these issues. Our speakers will talk about frightening and quite frankly, chilling treaty change plans that will further centralize power in Brussels and away from the sovereign nations of Europe. I highly recommend the Ordo Iuris report on this proposed treaty change. It covers many, many topics, including climate change. I could just stand here and read it, and then we could all have lunch. But instead, I'll let our esteemed speakers tell you a bit more. So on the panel, we have to the furthest right, and I'm not sure if that's ideologically or simply just seating, we have Joe Grogan, former director of the U.S. Domestic Policy Council. He has extensive experience in healthcare and regulatory reform. Then we have Raphael Audouard, who is the director of the Identity and Democracy Foundation. And he specializes in European political affairs. Then we have Ricardo Ruiz de la Serna. He's the head of studies for the Descenso Foundation in Madrid with a background in international law and human rights. And then we have Krzysztof Milała, who is a member of the Polish Parliament and vice chairman of the Committee on Energy, Climate, and National Assets. So I think we'll start with Mr. Grogan.
So thanks very much for having me. It's my first time to Poland, so this is a real treat for me. I know James is horrified by this, that I didn't get here sooner, and I share that. Beautiful city, and I've had a wonderful time since I arrived. And I want to thank the conference organizers for putting this together. So I just want to frame this a little bit with a little bit of data, because the left has grown to really despise data in these debates, which is one of the reasons why, if you question climate policy orthodoxy, they'll call it hate speech and try and censor it. But in 2008, the US economy and the European economy was roughly equal. And now the US economy is 80% larger. And does anybody think that's because there isn't enough bureaucracy in Europe, there isn't enough uniform thinking, that Europe hasn't put enough faith in Brussels to solve problems? Fundamentally, this is about what type of culture you have and who you have faith in. And unfortunately, too many people have come to the conclusion that there aren't enough technocrats and experts in charge, and that and this is true in the United States as well, that we need to emulate the central planning models from China. And it's never going to work in the United States, and it's not going to work in Europe. We have to have faith ultimately in human creative energy, the ability to innovate, and the ability for entrepreneurs to move forward for themselves, for their families, and for their cultures. And frankly, too, we have to have healthy competition among member states, as we do in the United States. Now, Italy's GDP now is roughly comparable to Mississippi, which is the poorest state in the United States. France falls between Idaho and Arkansas, which are near the bottom as well. This is sort of remarkable when you think about how much creative energy these cultures have given Western civilization over the years, not just in art, but in commercial enterprise as well. And if you look at the environmental policy specifically, I just want to contrast a little bit with Donald Trump's policies, because he came in and was unabashed about saying part of our strategic goal is going to be U.S. energy dominance. As a result of that, U.S. oil production went up 38%, natural gas exports went up 5-fold, and greenhouse gases declined. Greenhouse gases, when Donald Trump left office, were at 1963 levels in the United States. In 2019, they were reduced 10%. Now, the left doesn't want to talk about that because they're not interested in quantifying the reductions. They're not interested in talking about the data, because it is a religion. It is superstition that the quote-unquote Green Deal or Clean Deal or whatever it is going to improve the human condition. And when you look at how this has sort of evolved, and one of the most interesting developments in the United States over the last, it's been a fascinating election on a number of different levels. But one thing that's interesting for me to watch is this sort of strange bedfellows union between Bobby Kennedy Jr., the nephew of the former U.S. president from a Democratic president, John F. Kennedy, and son of Robert F. Kennedy, who probably would have won and been president had he not been assassinated, aligning himself with Donald Trump. And a key reason for this, in his own words, is environmental policy. Now, he made his career on environmental policy. If you listen to him describe it, why that is, it's essentially because The left and large corporations have taken humanity out of environmental policy. And and specifically, they've taken the divine out of environmental policy. Meaning, and he's very eloquent about this, you know, all the great spiritual leaders at some point, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, spent time in nature. And if you look at the progression of art in the West, you see beautiful landscapes in the U.S. Hudson River School, and you see, and at one point, there was tremendous art of American pastoral and, you know, the American West, the Canadians as well. They had an entire artistic movement based upon this. But there are human beings in those paintings, more often than not. And now we've come up with this theory that human beings are some type of viral infestation and need to be subjugated for some larger purpose. And we need to quantify these numbers. It's no secret that the reason why the Green New Deal has gained such a push in the United States and why the totally misnamed Inflation Reduction Act was able to pass is because there was money involved. So big business was able to sell a quantifiable economic gain. They were able to put numbers on this legislative achievement. And that is a key, that's the alliance that we need to watch out for in Europe and the United States. When they quantify the climate with nonsensical, theoretical numbers moving forward as far as what it might do to the planet's temperature, which is all nonsense, by the way. None of these bills, none of these policies are lowering the planet's temperature, even if you buy into the idea that we need to work towards that goal somehow. None of it is reducing the planet's temperature. But what the numbers are real on is the reduction in gross domestic product in the nations that adopt these policies and the transfer of wealth from the working class, from the middle class to large corporations. So what I would just, you know, in summation, I'd just say, look, if we want to get back to common sense environmental policy, one, we have to be followed by measures of economic prosperity that relate to real, everyday human beings, not put faith in large corporations in league with faceless bureaucrats who pretend that they have everybody's best interest at heart. And some of them actually believe it. I will say that. Some of them actually believe their ideology and think they are improving the planet somehow, even though the data is clearly at odds with what's occurring in Europe. But ultimately, is Europe going to continue to fall behind on economic prosperity numbers? It is not good for the United States if in a few years we're double the size of the European economy. It's not going to be good for the United States when we're 4 times the size of the European economy. Eventually, Europe is going to be nothing more than Disneyland for wealthy Americans and wealthy Chinese to come and vacation. And we need a strong European governance system and a strong series of European economies in competition and in partnership with the United States so that we both grow both strategically and economically more and more intertwined moving forward.
Thank you very much. Why don't we move right to Raphael, and we'll just come down the line with the remarks.
So, hello everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Ordo Iuris Institute and the Heritage Foundation for the invitation. I think that it's very important to bring together national conservative and patriots in all the Western world to work together. Climate regulations policies are not the work just of few green activists or left-wing extremists in universities. These policies are being pushed by the highest European authorities. The European Union, and in particular the European Commission, see themselves as champions of the fight against climate change. Ursula von der Leyen told the European Parliament that this issue was one of the most important in Europe, as paired with the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine. I'm not sure that the COVID-19 comparison is the best way to prove how dangerous climate change is, but never mind. The European Union stands for a series of objectives. We will have the occasion to speak about their different goals, their different objectives, but I just will speak about some of them. They want to achieve a climate neutrality by 2050 and reduce greenhouse emissions. They want to increase the share of renewable green energy in the energy mix, and most notably, they want to ban non-electric cars by 2035. So it's very near this moment. In the same time, they also want to increase organic farming, reduce fertilizer use, and reduce the surface of land used by agriculture. So it will lead to a catastrophe in terms of agriculture. So we will have the occasion during this panel to speak about the consequences of these policies, how it will destroy our economy, our industry, or it will be very damageful for businesses, and in particular small businesses, or it will be damageful for common people, for their consumption, for their money, and things like that. But I want to emphasize on one thing, which is how this green policy, this Green New Deal, is very dangerous for European sovereignty and for the sovereignty of our different nation states. Because one goal of the European bureaucrats is to transfer the power, the law, the power from the states to the European Union, and to get rid of the veto power of the different nation states. And one way to do that is a green policy. In the new treaty they want to create climate change. Green policy will be the prerogative of the European Union. At first look, it could be seen as common sense, because economy and family are national issues, but climate change, green policy are concerning every European. So we can understand why this policy could be done by the European Union. But of course, there is a trick. That is the green policy, this Green New Deal concerns every aspect of our economy, of our lives. It's of course concern industry, agriculture, housing, transports, and things like that. But it also concerns very personal part of our lives, like health or family. Because if you see what they want to do, what the green activists say, for example, that having children is bad for environment. So if you let the European Union, if you let these bureaucrats to having all power about green policy, in the end of the day, they will have power about family, about, for example, meat consumption. For them, consuming meat is bad for the weather, for the climate. So tomorrow they could say, okay, we have to reduce number of children, we have to reduce meat consumption in order to fight against climate change. So giving the European Union the power about green policy is giving them power about every aspect of our lives. And of course, it also gives them the power around economy and budget, because these climate change policies, these green deals, are not just a few laws, they are really a green revolution, comparable to the Industrial Revolution. And in order to do a revolution, you need lots of money. And what they need to do this Green Deal is 1,000 billion euro in 10 years. 1,000 billion euro in 10 years. And this money comes from the states, of course. So 25% of the budget of the European Union will be used for this Green New Deal. And they will also need hundreds of billions of money for taxpayers. So it will lead to an increase of public debt. Some economic experts say that in order to finance the Green Deal, we will need to increase public debt by 300 billion euros in 10 years. So, and of course, it will also lead to an increase of tax money. So, giving the European Union this power about climate change policies, also giving them power about our economy, about debt, about taxation, and things like that. And in the end, it's also giving them the power about technological and technological progress. So if we summarize it, if the nation states accept this idea that the European Union have power about climate change and the Green New Deal, it will give them power around every aspect of the European citizens' lives. It will give them power about technological progress, and it will give them power about budget and debt. So in the end of the day, they will control everything, and the Green New Deal is a kind of Trojan horse in order to give the power of the nation states to the European Union. And that's the reason why they are defending this. It's not sheer altruism. Maybe for some left activists or green activists, they do that because they really think that it will help the planet. But for the bureaucrats of Brussels or Washington, for the liberals, it's a way to reinforce their power on every aspect of the citizen's life. So in the end of the day, green policy is both a means and an end for technocrats in Brussels and Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ricardo.
Okay. Good morning. My first words have to be to thank Ordo Iuris for this excellent organization, for the generosity in this invitation to Fundación Disenso, and also to the Heritage Foundation, who's always a loyal ally and a stronghold of liberty and reason in a time where those words are having a sort of green color in the European Union. I'm not an expert in economy, but I'm the head of studies of a foundation with very good economists in its environment. So let me share with you some basic bullet points regarding the economic consequences for Spain and probably for some other European countries or countries in the European Union. And finally, I will sum up with a couple of reflections on what's happening in Europe from the point of view of economy and the conservative values. Probably the first consequence I would like to remark, and some of them have already been mentioned, is that the climate policies in the European Union are imposing terrible burdens on ordinary people and especially on ordinary entrepreneurs. For instance, people working in the countryside, producing food, growing food, vegetables, fruits. I don't need to elaborate on the kind of superpower Spain is in this field. Spain is able to produce food to feed its own population and to export with the highest quality under, I would say, every circumstance. But the terrible burden that the climate policies coming from the European Union are imposing, not just taxes, but also the conditions to produce, are, on one hand, making many small entrepreneurs to close their business, which means losing jobs. And second, it's opening the gate to imports from third countries, countries with lower standards of quality, for instance, in the case of the use of pesticides, with lower standards in safety regulations, with lower standards in rights for the workers. So it's not true that this is for the benefit of ordinary people. It's exactly the opposite. It is harming ordinary people. It is harming people working in the countryside. I've already mentioned another consequence, which is the loss of jobs. There is something that we might think when dealing with climate policy, which is not just the consequences for the companies, but also the consequences in the salaries, for instance. It's very difficult to pay a decent salary in the European Union today because of this kind of regulations. I'm not going to elaborate. I fully agree with what has been said about the open war against reason that is being waged in the European Union against science, against, I would say, against moderation. The sort of radical policies that we are suffering in the European Union are having devastating consequences, not just for the companies, but also for labor. The use of prohibited pesticides brings me to something that I think is relevant, and normally we don't think about it. The European Union has tried to improve the standards of food. It's probably one of the very few places in the world where you can be sure that in case of a crisis, you will have supply of food, of good quality food, safe food guaranteed. But from the very same moment that we're opening the gate, we're opening the door to imports from third countries without these standards, we're running the kind of risk that certainly the European citizens do not want to run, sorry. Let's talk about energy. In Germany, in Spain, of course, you know that in Spain we are suffering the consequences of a socialist government. I don't need to elaborate in Poland, I don't need to elaborate what it means. Poland suffered socialism and communism for a very long time. I'm going to come back to this in a moment. The closing of nuclear plants is saying something not just about energy policy, but also about the prices of energy and the consequences in businesses. Other countries are enjoying cheap energy, lower regulations, lower standards. And that's one of the reasons why the European Union has stopped being competitive. There is another consequence, which is the offshoring of European, for instance, Spanish, but also from other European countries, the offshoring of companies to third countries with lower standards. And it's not that these companies are being, let's say, disloyal to the European citizens. It's that otherwise they won't be able to compete. I'm very happy to be back in Warsaw because this is exactly the kind of city where we should have this kind of seminar to think on the future of the European Union and the reform of the European Union treaties. Because it is in this city where the spirit of Europe and the spirit of our civilization was saved, not once, not twice, but 3 times. The first one, the freedom of Europe, was saved by the Poles in 1920, in the miracle of the Vistula. The second time, it was the dignity of Europe that was saved in the defense of the city in 1939. And the third time was 80 years ago, in 1944, when the Poles rose up against the Nazis. A couple of days ago, 85 years ago, on the 17th and 18th September 1939, Poland, which was already under attack by the Nazis, was also attacked by the Soviets, by the Soviet Union, and suffered 2 dark nights of communism. So this is exactly the place to think about the kind of economic model that is being tried to impose in Europe. And this is exactly the right place to think on the consequences in our civilization. We tend to think that economy is just about producing goods and services for the companies. But it's also having, and I'm so glad that Rafael mentioned that before, because that was one of the things I would like to remark. It's also about everything that we hold dear. Our food, our family, our traditions, our identity. The climate policies in the European Union are not just aimed at transforming our economy. They are aimed at transforming our societies, our nations, our civilizations. And they are against everything that a conservative should hold dear in their hearts. Reason. We are in a crusade against reason. Unfortunately, it's terrible to say, but we are in a crusade against reason in the European Union. I'm not going to elaborate on the numbers that have been just mentioned. We are in an open war against virtue, another of the basic fundamentals of free market. We're in an open war, we're suffering an open war on fair rules. Climate policies are breaking the principle of fair rules, you should apply the same rules to everyone competing in the market. Now we have qualified countries importing from a lower price with lower standards to the European Union. The notion of limited government is under heavy attack in the European Union today. In fact, the European Commission is expanding its powers, and climate policy is exactly the perfect alibi. Who would oppose to a strong power, central power, if we are under such a terrible danger and such a terrible threat? And finally, we talk a lot about a Green Deal in Europe, but a deal is an agreement. In Europe, there is no agreement at all. In Europe, it is imposed on the citizens. It is imposed on the nations. And very heavy fines and terrible consequences are to be faced if you don't accept that deal that, in fact, is an imposition. Am I so pessimistic as it sounds? No. We have a joke. I'm a teacher at the university, and we have a joke in my university. We tend to say, don't worry because the Poles will save the world. Today, I am renewing this hope. Thank you very much.
Ricardo, thank you for the historical input of the responsibility of Polish people. Thank you very much. Mr. Kwaśniewski, Ordo Iuris Heritage Foundation, thank you very much for the invitation, for the organization of this meeting. I'm proud to take part in this meeting. First of all, let me say that my speech would be a little bit shorter because I expected some kind of discussion. But let's make it clear. We can't make an equation between Green Deal and competitiveness. This is everything in this short sentence. Everything else we can describe the process and the results of Green Deal and fatal politics of green agenda. So let me start from the point that European Union was created, was invented for different reasons. Initially, everybody, every European, every person who lives in Europe thought that it would be free trade, it would be easy to travel, there would be a transfer of goods, products, services, as well as capital. But right now, I would say that it is very much everything connected with Green Deal and Green Agenda. Let's take into account, as an example, ETS and CBAM mechanism, where they invented to make European Union countries and economies more competitive. Of course not. Those both mechanisms were invented to penalize industries, and in result, it was not to maintain environment. The result is that our economies are less competitive to average economy outside of European Union. We thought that our industries, European Union industry, taking into consideration a whole industry, would stand shoulder to shoulder to United States, China, India, any other fast-growing industries like Asian tigers. But in fact, what we received, we are losing unfortunately jobs. We are stagnating, and the future, as Ricardo said, is a little bit dark. This is obvious. Everybody knows that the European Union, by this Green Deal, does not take into consideration different speed of development, different energy mix, and different approaches, different details coming from industries and different things from different countries. Yes, look at this CBAM, so carbon admission border mechanism. Because of this mechanism, a lot of companies, corporates bring these factories and move that factories outside of European Union, where I would say often the legislation and standards of environmental issues are far lower than in European Union. So in both ways, this CBAM mechanism does not make our industry more competitive, but also it is also a harm for environment as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Big thank you to all the speakers for those remarks. And my notes are overflowing because you've touched on so many important things. A few of the words that I wrote down, I think, are worth discussing a bit more. So Joe Grogan talking about how when we lose this healthy competition and big business gets involved, for Europe, this simply just becomes weakness. This idea of Europe becoming the Disneyland for rich Americans and Chinese is really a troubling picture of the European future, and I don't think it's wrong. I mean, I don't think that that the bureaucrats in Brussels want it any other way. And that brings me to what Raphael said about really the Green Deal, the Clean Deal, as it's now been refashioned, as a Trojan horse for power, right? So it's a trick. It's a trick. So when the bureaucrats use language of virtue and vice, you know, when they use this religious, almost religious language, but they flipped it around. So a virtue like industriousness becomes a vice. It becomes something bad. Industry is bad. Small business is bad. Trying to feed your family is bad. And the trick, I think, as Raphael pointed out, and I want us to discuss this, these kinds of regulations, both in Europe and in the United States, are meant to control every aspect of people's lives. So when they say, oh, this person's portfolio, this, for example, Spanish socialists' portfolio, is simply competitiveness and the environment. Don't be fooled, it's a trick, because it does affect every aspect of our lives. And then finally, these ideas of, Brussels thinks everyone in Europe is just a member of the laptop class, right? Everyone can just open their laptop and work wherever they are. And they forget that ordinary people, the ordinary people who frankly voted for a massive change in Europe and didn't get it, the unelected European Commission and its president think everyone can just flip open their laptop and feed their families by typing on a keyboard, rather than growing food, operating machinery, building things, making things here in Europe to provide for Europeans. And the same thing is true in America. So I want to open the discussion to this question of power, and that the deal, which of course is no deal, because a deal requires that both parties say, yes, that's a good idea, let's shake on it. How it really is simply a power grab. And Krzysztof, can I start with you on this question of a power grab from the perspective of Poland? So what's happening in Brussels, how is that a power grab for away from the Polish people?
Thank you for the question. So, just just take into consideration that Polish industry still rely on coal. I don't think that it's wrong, but for the leaders of European Union, for whom the Green Deal is a religion, as you told, they just forget about that. They don't care about Polish industry, let's say the wealthy of common Polish person living not in Warsaw, earning some big money, because here we earn a lot more than in countryside. So what not only we as a people living in Warsaw are taking and listening from Brussels, is of course the same as people listening, I don't know, living in Siedlce, 100 kilometers from here, let's say small city. They earn a lot less than here in Warsaw, and they have to follow the same criteria. We are not ready to buy materials for, I don't know, 50,000 USD, 50,000 USD, 50,000 euro to make our houses built in a way that European leaders want to be made or to be updated by selected materials. This is not along our needs. This is not along our situation, financial situations. This is not along the energy mix, which still consists of, as I told you, coal. So, as I mentioned in the previous speech, we can't make the equation that it's both competitive, this Green Deal, but also it make harm for common Polish people living not only in Warsaw, but every part of our country.
Listening to those remarks and thinking also about what Ricardo said, and then also thinking about American politics, you know, there's this phrase, flyover country. They say in America, these are the voters who are ignored by the elites, particularly on the coasts, right? The flyover country. You don't even stop there. You just keep flying from coast to coast. And when we think about Europe, every European country has its own flyover country, right? The people who are working and growing our food and building things are ignored. They simply fly over country. These are the farmers. These are the industries. So as we think about this power grab, Ricardo, do you think that this is really about ignoring the voices of the flyover country in Spain and elsewhere?
Let me put it this way. This is not just about ignoring ordinary people's voices. This is about paying attention only to the voices of the global elites, which is not exactly the same. You have described a social group that we might sum up as the technocrats, okay, sharing an interesting feature, which is that they are de-rooted. They are not connected to any place, which is a symbol of the laptop. You can open your laptop and work and change the world from wherever you are. This derooting is against our tradition, it's against our civilization. You would share a common set of values and a common set of notions that were rooted in a specific territory. Let me just give a short example. When the colonies rose up against the King George, fighting for some truths that they hold self-evident, that men were endowed with certain rights, among which it is right, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. They found allies, they found people who fought alongside them, like Kosciuszko, or like Bernardo de Galvez, Spanish. That's the origin of Galveston, right? And they were sharing a common set of values. The words meant the same for all of them. They could understand notions like country, or like tyranny, or like freedom. This social group has deprived those words of its meaning and has created new words and new meanings, which is exactly what the communists did, by the way. And it's impossible to find a common ground when you are so absolutely derooted that you feel that you have nothing in common with your fellow citizens. And not just a country, I mean your country, but your city, but your province. And I think that's the reason why the problem in the European Union is not just economy, it's how economy is used as a tool to transform the deep roots of our civilization.
Thanks for that. Raphael, you are functioning in the bubble. That's the Brussels bubble, very similar to Washington D.C.'s swamp. So you're functioning in the bubble. What can the sovereigntist, conservative, patriotic politicians who've been elected by the people to represent their countries in the European Union, what can these political parties and groups do to fight back against this monster of an agenda, particularly when they're mostly behind the cordon sanitaire? And a reminder, the cordon sanitaire is, of course, a barrier to keep the healthy away from the sick, the infected, right? Those are the conservatives and patriots and sovereigntists. So what's the political solution in Brussels for parties that also have been shoved aside?
Of course, the situation is complicated in Brussels because there is this kind of weird majority between the so-called conservative of EPP. Of course, there is some people in EPP who are good conservative, but most of them are more and more liberal, and they are in alliance with the socialists and the liberals, and sometimes the Greens. So there is this coalition of liberal parties who act against the interest of the common people or national sovereignty. But what we see is that there is an increase of the conservatives and the patriots in the European Parliament, both in the Patriots for Europe group, ECR group, or ESN group, and some people in EPP too. So there is an increase of the conservative voice, of the patriotic voice, and it's more and more possible for these people to go to some kind of moderate conservative, to say, okay, are you really going to support this? Like I think the best tool, the best weapon we have against the liberals is their radicality, because it's a revolution. This movement is a green woke revolution, and as in every revolution, the revolution is children. Like we saw it in the French Revolution when some part, in the end of the day, Danton, Robespierre, they all have been killed by the revolutionaries. In the same in the Bolshevik Revolution, Trotsky have been killed by Stalin. So, in the end of the day, even if you are revolutionary, even if you are a supporter of the revolution at the beginning, you can be killed, and you are not as radical as the other. And the revolution, in order to advance, it has to be more and more radical. It's the case with LGBT, for example. Look at them. You have people who are gay and who are now fighting against trans agenda because they saw that trans agenda is against what they fight in the beginning. It's the same for feminists. You have feminists who saw their allies defending trans people in prison, trans people in female bathroom, who are defending Islamic violence, things like that. So you have people from the left, from the liberals, who say, okay, I was in favor of some progress, I was in favor of some changes, and I was honest about it, but now I see that it's coming to too fast, and it's going to destroy everything. So we now have the voice to show that. We can show that in the European Parliament, and we can go to some common sense liberal or even socialist told them, okay, are you really in favor of fighting against meat consumption or fighting against the children? Like now we have green activists who say having children is bad, but most people have children. Most people want to have children. So we can go to these people and say, okay, are you really in favor of policy who are against the children, who are against family? Do you really think that you voters are in favor of that? Because at the end of the day, even if they are radical, they have to be elected. And if we show to them that if they support this green revolution until the end, they will lose voters. And that's why it's very important to fight against the new treaty, who will give more power to the bureaucrats. Because at the end of the day, even liberal politicians, even when they have terrible ideas, they are controlled by the people. They have to go back to the election and be re-elected. And we have control over them. But if we take this power and give it to the bureaucrats, these people have not elected. Nobody votes for Ursula von der Leyen. Nobody cares about her. And so if we give the power to this kind of people who are not elected, who will not go back to the voters, to the election, it will be a catastrophe because we will not have any influence on them. So yes, I think that's a way to fight against it.
That's a fantastic segue to a final remark I hope to get from Joe Grogan, who in his opening remarks talked about these the strange bedfellows of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Donald Trump. And it sounds very much like those kinds of alliances here in Europe may end up making a difference. So Joe, how can Europeans harness a bit of this, let's say, dissident left to get some common sense, common ground on the insane green policies that are being proposed? How can they harness that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. When you think about the fact that a lot of us mentioned the elites. You know, the elites are the same everywhere. You go to dinner in Paris, the dinner's not going to be that much different than dinner in London. It's not going to be that much different than dinner in Beijing. You know, at the richest, most expensive restaurants, and the conversation is not going to be that much different at any of those places. But it's the cultural differences among the working and middle class that makes, frankly, travel so much fun, right? To meet real people with different views, different cultures, different backgrounds, but also a fair amount of commonality about the essential human elements. And I think that's what we need to get back to. I mean, ultimately, we have to appeal to faith and reason. We have to have faith in humanity and not in, not sit here and worship at the altar of the Green New Deal and not ask any more questions. I mean, what is your data? How much will the planet's temperature improve if you eliminate all these farms, if you kill all these cows, if you impoverish the people of Europe, if Europe has a demographic catastrophe, which it is on the verge of? Will the planet improve in any way, shape, or form? The answer is, of course, no. But this is about, ultimately, power and control among a small elite group whose lives do not markedly get any worse as a consequence of the policies which are impoverishing Europe. And I think first of all, conferences like this are important. We need more of these to recognize we are in the same fight against, frankly, superstition and darkness. We have to get back to what made Western civilization so important for the history of the world.
Thank you very much. And I think those are wonderful remarks to end on. I hope we've accomplished a bit of what Ordo Iuris and Heritage hope to do in this panel. I think these kinds of conversations are really essential. We need to keep having them outside this room. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Cheryl Jacobs from The Telegraph to the podium.
So, welcome to our second panel session of the day, entitled, "What does the establishment of the European Defence Union mean for the future of NATO and transatlantic security and defence cooperation?" In the context of the Ukraine war and the beckoning of a new Cold War in an increasingly dangerous world, in the context of signs of the West's perhaps in some ways understandable, but ultimately arguably alarming temptation to pivot from a freedom civilization into a security civilization at the potential expense of certain foundational principles, not least national democratic sovereignty, and what some of us would argue is the core and kernel impulse of liberalism, which is suspicion of potentially tyrannical concentrations of power, the implications of the EDU project is a colossal and crucial question. With our fantastic panel, I think we can look forward to a spirited and stimulating session. So joining me on the panel this morning is Dr. James Carafano, again, the Senior Counselor to the President of the Heritage Foundation. We also have Ben Oni Ardalan, Member of the Romanian Parliament and Deputy Chair of the Foreign Commission of Romanian Parliament and a member of the delegation to NATO. He has coordinated foreign affairs for his party for the last 16 years and will undoubtedly bring a wealth of experience to the table. We also have Kasper Kita, foreign policy analyst and columnist, the author of 3 books, including a recent one about the Le Pen family, and editor at New Order, a Polish think tank. And we have Fabio Galli, member of the Nazione Futura in Italy. So I will invite the panelists to give opening remarks of 5 minutes each. And I will then, on behalf of you ladies and gentlemen, probe them further for about 20 minutes and invite them to leave us with some closing food for thought. Due to time constraints, I won't be taking questions from the floor, but I encourage you to seek out the speakers in between sessions and during the closing dinner. I know that there are some very like-minded people in the room, but I hope that there will be some divergences, some points of disagreement. As an antidote to groupthink, if I feel that things are getting too harmonious and cozy, I will come in with some gentle playing of devil's advocate. But without any further ado, I invite our first speaker, James, to present for about 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so first of all, you guys are brilliant because you put Joe Rogan on the far right, which is exactly where he belongs. So thank you for that. I want to make a super brief comment on energy. This is actually my 5th transatlantic conference in a week. Every place I have been, there's been a serious conversation about, let's get real about the Green Deal. And I'm not sure, 5 years ago, that would have been about as heretical as saying, let's just all call it soccer, okay? I think that demonstrates real momentum. So very quickly, the number one reason why this is a really bad idea is this is a direct assault on national sovereignty. The last great bastion of sovereignty is the responsibility to defend your own people, and the EU will take that away from you. And then your freedom will all be lost. The second thing I would say is, look, if we're realistic about this, there is no such thing as European security out of the context of transatlantic security. The 2 great physical security threats, to Europe are the destabilizing actions of Russia or the problems of the Middle East spilling over into Europe. And Europe simply does not have the capacity to deal with either of those outside of the context of the US. NATO is completely different from the concept of an EU defense identity because NATO is an alliance of equals. There has been a red card in NATO since the beginning. This is a tradition even going back to coalition in World War II. Collective defense acknowledges the idea that individual nations never sacrifice the right to make their own choices. In NATO, the smallest country has as much rights and authority as the United States. That is not true in the EU, and it'll never be true. And this is the last point I will make about what is wrong about a European defense identity. If we'd learned anything, one of the absolute key components of the future is, look, the United States is not going to defend you. The United States is also not going to abandon you because transatlantic security and defense is a vital interest of the United States. But we all have to share the burden. And a big component of that burden is the capacity for self-defense. Now, for many countries which are not on the southern frontier or they're not on the eastern frontier, that's to be in the form of missile defense and air defense to protect your infrastructure and your logistics. For frontline countries, that's actually going to be more about physically defending your territory and your coastline. But you're going to have to create a self-defense capability that makes Europe or NATO stronger than the sum of the parts. Poland has actually been a tremendous exemplar of this. And actually, I would tell you, in many ways, 99% of the future of the security of the transatlantic community is going to depend about what Poland does in defending its own military. Because if you have a Polish military that can defend itself and a Ukrainian military that can defend itself, regardless if it's NATO or in NATO or not, there is very little place for the Russians to go. And that will bring peace and stability to Europe for a very long time. The EU will not let you do that. The EU will parse this out and not allow nations to develop the capacity to defend themselves. And if you have any doubt on this, just look at the EU plan to develop munitions support for Ukraine. It delivered absolutely nothing. Individual nations in Europe, in the same organization, got together and created an unprecedented new supply chain to actually deliver munitions to Ukraine in real time. Your future is in your national sovereignty and taking your defense commitments seriously. It is not in creating another organization, the EU. If you think the Green Deal is bad, the defense deal will be far worse.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciate. First of all, let me congratulate the president of Ordo Iuris for this excellent event. I think it's very important to get together and think together and talk and network, because I think right now we are under a big attack as people of faith, as people that we want our countries to be stronger and our security to be stronger. And I think all of those things are motivating us, and it's very important to bring us together in order to talk and see what we can share together. I'm very honored to have Dr. Carafano here. I'm reading every single piece of email that you are sending with information, because I think it's very important. And I don't want to repeat what you said, but I totally agree with what you've been saying about the defense. I'm coordinating foreign affairs on my party for the last 16 years, and also security, national security. And we've been one of the countries, I'm coming from Romania, and we've been one of the countries that we stepped in to support Ukraine in this war from the beginning. We have the largest border with Ukraine, 650 kilometers. And we've been, along with Poland, one of the main hubs for everything. And I'm stopping here, not mentioning what we've been done in the process. But I think it's very important to know that there are so many ties that we have to put together right now in order to understand the danger and to prevent a further escalation of the conflicts and of the situation, because it's such much tension in the society. Beside the war, beside anything going on in the world. There's so much tension in the world right now that we have to find a solution for that. Coming from Romania, just to give you a short background, Romania was between the countries that were on the winning side in the Second World War. And actually, with the blessing of the big powers, we were left with the Russians. So we stayed for 45 years with the communists. Romania was the only country in the Eastern Bloc that did not have Russian troops in Romania. All the others had. But our communist leader played the communist card more than all the others, so it was one of the most persecuted countries in the world. And I remember reading the memories and the things that some of the prisoners of the war, of the communists said at the time. They were in the prison, in the communist prison, right after they were arrested by the communists. And they were looking on the small window of their prison to look for the American ship coming to save them. That they never came for 45 years. So right after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the change in Eastern Europe, you know, the American came over. And right now we play a new card, we play a new role. And I remember a few years ago going to the German Bundestag. And I seized in the last 15 years a very high anti-American feeling in Western Europe, believe it or not. But I realized that. I was sitting in Council of Europe for some years. And so I went to the German Bundestag, and I was with the foreign affair from my country, meeting with the foreign affair from the Bundestag, and I asked them, you know, from the history, reading history, if there is a peace between United States and Germany, usually it's a transatlantic cooperation and peace, and everything goes well. And the chair of the committee said, you know, we're going to make peace after Trump. The inhabitant of the White House, he doesn't deserve our attention. So just to mention this is the starting point of a big, you know, conflict that we don't very much understand. For Romania, to be very clear, the only anchor of security right now is United States, and then NATO. I was looking on the list of the commissioner, of the European Commissioner the other day, and we have a new post of the Defense Commissioner, which is a good joke, in my opinion. The European Commission, in the last few years, they were not able to have a common foreign affairs declaration. They were not able to make it. How to make a common defense, you know, unity or, you know, project. So I think it's very important for us to understand that right now, in this context of wars all around us, because we have in the Middle East as well, close to us. Just to give a very small example, after the coup in Turkey, between our intelligence and information system with Turkey, there is almost no cooperation. What NATO? I mean, that's the big question. So in this context, I think it's very important to stress up the fact that all these neo-Marxist type of theories, of projects, they are destroying peace and peace Europe. You know, just to give you one example, and I'm concluding with this. You know, the political correctness, it's a neo-Marxist project, okay? The first, they level the discourse. When they level the discourse, doesn't matter if it's a left-hand, right-hand politician, they all speak the same language. So you level the leadership. And after that, no one dares to say anything. So this type of leveling, you know, uniformist type of projects, it's a very neo-Marxist type of project, okay? This is what they want to do with the climate change. This is what they want to do with the gender equality. This is what they want to do with everything, you know? Communists wanted to dress up all the same, give us the same salary, give us the same type of wage and, you know, the food, and this was it. So I think this new form of neo-Marxism, which in a way or another, they catch the new mentality, I think it's very dangerous to us. And just to conclude, I think we have to have a new vision for our conservative agenda, a fresh vision, because people are buying a fresh vision, and I think we need to bring up that, and Dr. Carafano and President of Ordo Iuris, they are doing a great job in shaping that. Secondly, we have to be very present very vocal, and very visible. And thirdly, I think we have to be very vigorous in a very good, energetic strategy. And if we have that, I think we can win the battle. Otherwise, I mean, the swamp from the Washington, it's a very good setting compared with what's the swamp in Brussels. I mean, the swamp in Brussels, it's a lost case in my opinion. So thank you so much.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here. And I think that we don't have to forget that for speaking about a nation to exist needs three elements: a territory, a people, of course, and sovereignty, the control of their own army. I'm sorry for my English. I will speak slowly to hope that, and I hope that you will understand my focus point, the main points of my speech. If we will have a common army, obviously sovereignty, we will lose our sovereignty. I think that someone in Europe, in the EU, some Marxist bureaucrats, not elected by people, just is looking to China as a model. That's the big problem of our institutions. There are many people who look China as model. We always have to don't forget that the biggest enemy of all the civil world is China. And one other thing that, in my opinion, we have to remind. Now we have to think about new, fresh ideas. We cannot be stuck in last century, and we have to, as European nations, grow up. In a world in which all the countries, many countries, as Pakistan, UK, of course, have nuclear warheads, we cannot be stuck, and many of the biggest European countries don't have nuclear warheads. If Pakistan has nuclear warheads, why Poland, Romania, Italy cannot have nuclear warheads to protect themselves in this world? Another thing that the main point is that I'm very worried. I'm very worried because I see everywhere in EU institutions, in my country, Italy, all people that are starting to look at China as a model. We don't have to forget in this scenario how what China is, a communist country, what communists made in the world, and we have to protect ourselves, our nations, from Chinese politics. To conclude, I would like to say that EU army, united army, it would be a big problem. First of all, because we have to understand who will be in charge of that army. We cannot know, probably France, because they have nuclear warheads, but how each country could trust about another country about giving them the defense of our country. Obviously, we have to support all the international organizations, NATO, which we are in and in which we could defend together our countries. But all the countries, all the European countries must invest more in this time in defense and must invest in nuclear warheads. Thanks.
I would also, of course, like to thank very much the organizers for the wonderful invitation and for my ability my ability to be here is a great honor. So thank you, and thanks for all the co-participants. Well, mainly I think that the main positive thing. All the other speakers have been very negative, so I will try to point out a good thing is that during the last 2 years, many people in Western Europe who didn't treat seriously, for example, when President Trump pressured them to invest more in their military, to treat military as a serious problem for the 21st century, to treat their own security seriously, to try to invest more in their own armies, to pay more, pay a larger part of their budgets for military equipment, etc. The Russian invasion obviously helped in making a lot of these people more realistic, brought them down to earth, even though we know that up to the final point, a lot of these people were still up in the fantasy world. Like, we know, for example, that just 2 weeks before the invasion, the then French presidency of the European Council was Foreign Minister Le Drian, etc. And President Macron, they were telling other European countries that there will be no attack because the Russians have negotiated, and President Macron negotiated, and Putin will de-escalate. So obviously what happened next helped more Europeans grow more serious about developing their own military, which is, I think, crucial, not only because of the fact that we are threatened by Russia, but also because of the fact that obviously the Americans have many theaters in which they are engaged. The Americans have their own domestic pressure not to get engaged into unnecessary wars, and they also obviously don't like this feeling of paying for others' security without getting much in exchange. But we need to have a right balance. And we need to, and obviously we need to preserve our own national sovereignty, because it's obvious that by renouncing our sovereignty in such a crucial area as defense and giving it away to people like Madame von der Leyen, it's very obvious that these are people who have failed repeatedly in many other areas, like the aforementioned Green Deal or others. And they are the same people that beforehand, she was the German defense minister before. How does the German army look after her term there? It's quite obvious that it is not in a good shape. So giving new, fresh, even sensible, fresh ideas managed by unserious people can bring bad consequences. And this is another reason why we should never renounce our defense capabilities to bureaucrats from Brussels, etc. But at the same time, I think that it is a positive development that more people in Europe think about developing their own military industry, and we need to manage it so that it would be complementary towards the Americans, towards NATO, and not something regarded as opposed one to another. But at the same time, from our Polish perspective, it is crucial that we preserve our own sovereignty and our own military might, because at the same time, at the end of the day, what matters is actual military power, actual power to have people, soldiers, equipment, and the capability to defend yourself. Also, your civilian population needs to be trained to defend yourselves in a case of attack. If you want peace, you need to prepare for a war. It is as the great Romans from the great Italy said, "Si vis pacem parabellum," and we need to try to steer this reawakenment of some people in Western Europe to the fact that they need to invest in their own military, in their own security, and not just in LGBT or green or whatever other ideological fantasies, because it is something, I think, positive, bringing them down to earth, to actual problems that actually exist and not the fantasy pony world. But we need not give them our own sovereignty.
So let's just kick off with the questions. I invite, because we've got 2 mics, I invite people to pitch in, unless I specifically sort of ask that. I'll come to you, James, on the America stuff a little bit later on. But I'm going to kick off with a philosophical question, if I may, to begin with. And does the panel see the European Defence Union dream as a betrayal of the ideal of the EU, or the project taken to its final logical extreme? On the one hand, the EDU might be interpreted as the antithesis of the project as originally conceived, as an attempt to garner lasting peace in Europe through EU integration and mutually beneficial trade. On the other hand, some might say that the EU does seem somewhat to be in the spirit of the original vision of some of the original architects of the EU, thinking about people like Alexandre Kojève, the idea of recreating this European civilization that was independent of both Moscow and Washington.
Seems like a European question. No. I'm Italian, but I have a blue passport.
Yeah. As I mentioned before, I don't believe in this project at all. I don't think the democratic world and the consolidated democracy have to fight together for their own good and for their own way of defending themselves, projecting their economy, projecting their well-being, and so forth. The old Republicans had a saying, which I was very much in agreement with that for so many years: never trust the terrorist and the communist. So I do have a problem here also with the former communists and with the new communists, with the neo-Marxists. And that's my huge problem, because I don't trust them. There is not a trust here. The problem is, and if I want to make just one observation, which is my own experience, it was on the 8th of December, just before the war started in Ukraine, and a very high official from the United States came with it was the director of the region. From the Department of State, and he made a quick tour, 7 countries in 4 days, and he stayed in my country 6 hours. Out of the 6 hours, he stayed with me about 3 hours. And we've been talking. I told him, all our secret services are informing us that the Russians were going to attack. And he said, no, we negotiated, everything will be fine. 3 months later, the Russians went in Ukraine. Why I'm telling you this is that, I read an interview of Viktor Orban some months ago, and he was asked by the US moderator, but do you tell those things to the Americans? And they said, yeah, but they always have this argument, we are bigger and we know better. So this type of argument doesn't work. But on the other hand, I think we have to be more vocal, as I said before. We have to present our arguments. We lived under the communists, those from Eastern Europe. We know how they are. We don't trust them. Russians, Chinese, as my fellow panelists said, they know only one language, the Force language. They don't know other languages. And so when the change of the administration, of this new administration in the United States came in 2020, I tried to figure out what's the policy of foreign affairs and defense. So I just couldn't. I mean, I realized that what they want to do is they want to isolate China and make friendship with Russia in order to isolate China from Russia, because Russia cannot be ever, in my opinion, a big superpower because they need one thing, which is economy, and they miss that. Okay, they don't have the economy. They send the tanks, and the tanks doesn't have any more gas. So they send the soldier, and they don't have any more food. So trying to isolate them, you know, it was a good economical idea, but it was a very bad and worse security, you know, strategy. Because the Russian got closer to them, and then they jumped to their throat. It was like, you know, in the outskirts of the streets, you know. So that's what they did, the Russians. They know this very well, you know, and they know how to trick others, and they know how to dissimulate, and they know how to lie. That's the best they know, you know. Those are the values that we lived under the communists, okay? They know only one language, force. And just to end up with this example, with Trump, when Erdogan started to shout that he needs that preacher to be sent from the United States to Turkey to put him in prison or whatever, to kill him, Trump wake up in the morning and wrote on a Twitter, from this morning, all the exports from Turkey to the United States, steel, that and that and that, will be taxed 300 times. The Turkish lira dropped 75% in a few minutes and never recoup it. Okay? So this type of attitude, I think we should have with terrorists and the communists. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to remind everybody that all the European countries have a known history that it's very, very ancient. So we are not one big country. We decided to be many countries united in some interests. How? And we are countries with different interests. We compete in some areas of the world. For example, in the Mediterranean Sea, we have different interests. For example, Italy and France, during last century, compete to have influence and control some parts of northern Africa, some parts that now are on Chinese hands. So it's impossible to have a common army because we are different. We have different interests. We need to compete to improve our countries. Our histories, the great history of all the European, not all, many of the European countries, is based on competition between themselves. Obviously, now we are in a different time, in a different era, so the competition is not war, but it's economical competition. And to compete, we need, for example, to compete in geopolitical agreements, we need to compete about having the best army. To protect ourselves, we need to compete to improve our national armies. Just with this treaty, we could make a EU stronger and our countries stronger and obviously independent. That is the first thing.
We've only got a few minutes left, so I do want to move on with the questions a bit. Casper will make sure you have opportunity to speak. But I want to get James in a bit and ask about the American perspective, because the basic geopolitical premise of the EDU does seem to be this idea that Europe needs to stand on its own 2 feet, and it cannot continue to rely on the United States. And there is this question in Washington about overextension, with America being put under pressure to be the policeman of the world, Israel, and the need to pivot towards Asia. So is it not a good thing that Europe wants to build its own massive security force?
No, because it's going to actually mean a less secure Europe. 2 things. First of all, pivot to Asia, longest joke ever, right? The Democrat, Republican, it does not matter. There is never going to be a pivot to Asia for the simple reason there is nothing to pivot. 70% of the US Navy is in the Indo-Pacific. So the other 30%, if we move that to, we wouldn't be able to do anything anywhere. There wouldn't be any trying to reopen the Red Sea. There wouldn't be any influence of the U.S. So the Navy's already, we need more Navy, but that's only going to come from us building more Navy. The U.S. 90% of the U.S. Army is permanently stationed in the United States. And it's going to stay that way because we don't have enough Army to pre-position significant amounts in any theater. We have to flex it. The Air Force is positioned globally, which is irrelevant for the United States, because the United States is perhaps the only nation in the world that has an Air Force that deploys globally. So it doesn't matter where our Air Force is. As a matter of fact, it's advantageous that it's actually spread around because it's more resilient and secure. It can also get to places faster. The Space Force, it's in space. Can't pivot, sorry. Like the reality is we have 3 theaters. We do not have enough military capacity to decisively engage in all 3 theaters. That's, you just have to count, right? So we have to prioritize. Here's where I think people just get to be stupid. Some people will prioritize, but we'll abandon Europe, right? We'll, you guys figure it out for yourselves. We'll abandon the Middle East. Look how well that's worked, right? And then we'll just, we'll just all run, I guess, and stand in Guam. That's stupid, right? I mean, you cannot prioritize by abandoning vital interests. And our vital interests include a stable Europe and a stable Middle East. We've been through this. I'm glad we're not in Berlin, because here I can make this a comparison. It's okay. We faced this situation in World War II, right? And we came up with a sensible strategy, which is defeat Germany first. Okay, that made perfect sense. The first year of the war, that the United States was in the war, we sent more men and material to the Pacific than we did to Europe. And the reason for that is if the Japanese had completely taken over the first and second island chains, including Taiwan, by the way, we would have been completely locked out of the Indo-Pacific. And coming back and defeating the Japanese later would have been incredibly difficult. So we stabilized that theater. And after we stabilized that theater, we kicked the hell out of Hitler. And then we went back and we defeated the Japanese. If you think about this, there's relevance to current US strategy. The European theater needs to be stable, and the Middle East theater needs to be stable. That is what is going to allow the United States to have a greater preponderance of power in creating a stable situation in the Indo-Pacific and contributing to, as you said, really preventing China from being a global destabilizing threat. So the Middle East, that's a lot more our problem than it is your problem. And quite frankly, if we have an administration which has a sensible, responsible policy for dealing with Iran in the Middle East, that's not only going to make it a stable theater for us, but it's going to be a real benefit to you guys because your southern flank is going to be much more stable. But here, again, what we need is a strong frontier, and the U.S. can be a contributor to that. And if the nations in Europe do what they've now recognized, which Donald Trump, by the way, said years ago you need to do, which is stand up and contribute to your national defense capabilities at a responsible level, that is going to be more, if I just have 2 seconds to explain this, right? How lucky you guys really are. First of all, you have Swinland. That's Sweden and Finland, right? So you add Sweden and Finland to NATO. You have Sweden, Finland, and Norway on the northern flanks. That's 1,000 kilometers of more territory that the Russians have to worry about. That is a massive strategic problem for the Russians that they cannot match. Then you're going to have a Ukrainian military, which again, it's not like if the Russians want to invade Europe, even if Ukraine's not in NATO, they can wave and say, "Hi, Ukrainians, we're going to Latvia. It's okay." You've got a massive Polish military. You've got a Romania that's a powerful anchor on anchor on that flank. That frontier is more defensible than the NATO frontier was during the Cold War. You have more strategic depth, and the correlation of forces are actually far better today with that array of forces than it was when I was standing in West Germany, waiting for you guys to come in and get us. And it's going to take years for the Russians to rebuild any serious offensive military capacity that would scare NATO. We are on a path to a stable future. And I'll just end on this because I will answer that one question is, the vision was a Europe whole, free, and prosperous. nowhere in that vision statement was there a statement that says we have to build a European institution which has to govern all of us and tell all of us what to do every day and whether we can like peel our caps off our water bottles or not, right? So, you know, like many of the things where the communists took common sense ideas and they appropriated them, you know, everybody should be good, and that became, you should all be slaves. I fear that the European institution has taken a truly noble vision of a Europe whole, free, at peace, and prosperous, where nations can compete with each other without fighting each other, and they've perverted it into an idea like, give us all the power, and we will make all the decisions.
Just a quick follow-up before I come to Casper to give the final word. Soon America will elect either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump as the next president. And based on what we know about their defense policies and general temperament, how do you envisage the EU's military ambitions to be received in Washington in coming years, depending on who gets the job?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm not a Republican, right? I don't have a dog in this fight. I will tell you very candidly, I think Donald Trump will be way better for Europe. He will create a way more stronger and coherent, because he's not just a realist, he's also realistic. I also would say, look, I don't think any administration, Republican or Democrat, is going to abandon Europe. My sense is a Harris administration is going to be reactive. She's an untested leader, and the first thing that the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, and even some allies are going to do is push her a lot of buttons to see what she actually does. They aren't committed to defense. I think if the defense, our defense investments will actually go down over time, and that will put greater strains on the thing I just talked about. On the other hand, if there's anything Trump believes in, it's peace through strength. And he believes in working with allies who are serious about their partnership. So and you know, it's funny because I go to many European places and they all say, well, Harris will be better for Europe. And I think, if I could say one thing, I think that's simply absolutely wrong. If you want a Europe that is whole, free, prosperous, and at peace, the better bet is Donald Trump. And if we were objective about the Trump 4 years as opposed to the Obama 8 years or the Biden 4 years, objectively, if we take out the orange hair and everything else, you know, we don't like, it's objectively true. He was better for Europe.
Brilliant. And, Casper, I mean, there are those that would argue that the Ukraine war has brought NATO back to life, given it renewed purpose. There are others who would argue that it has merely exposed the quote-unquote brain-dead nature of the organisation, you know, having allegedly contributed to the provocative eastward expansion in 1997, etc., etc. Is NATO not tarnished by its reputation as an instrument of US imperialism? Is it not time for something new, like the EDU?
Well, the problem is that the alternative projects do not have real strength behind them. And as all the other co-panelists said, what actually matters is actual strength. This is the crucial thing at the end of the day. But I think also from our point, what is very important is to understand what lies behind such alternative projects and to use it in a better way. For example, when we have the French who would always love to have the strategic autonomy, they would love to not feel as subjugated by the Americans. They would be receptive to this idea of Europe dominated neither by Russia, China, nor America. Well, we need to engage them in a respectful and serious way, for example, in our region, so that they would feel that they are part of the solution, in the sense that we would cooperate with the military, we would buy some equipment from them, we would cooperate in other ways. And similar, we could use, for example, the German industry for good reasons, like creating more military equipment, but so that these countries do not feel that this is a binary choice between either feeling subjugated by the Americans, being part of NATO imperialism, or, as you mentioned, but at the same time, or going full on cooperating with Russia. I think that we should strive to find a balanced way that they would feel respected and we would use their resources in a way that would be mutually beneficial. And this is the task ahead of us, obviously also the task ahead of whoever becomes the next American president, but also from our Polish perspective, it is very important to, I think, to engage individual countries are not EU institutions. EU institutions are almost always infringing upon sovereignty and they are almost always damaging our actual security. But we should try to engage Western European countries, including Italy, for example, and trying to find places where we can exchange cooperation and going after our security problems, even if they are not always one-to-one the same, but we can do something for you, you can do something for us, and everyone feels that one contributes to common security.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. We're out of time, so that's got to be a wrap. But join me in thanking our magnificent panel, such big brains.
I would encourage everyone to have a seat, because we're gonna start our next panel. So, hello and welcome everyone joining us both in person and online. The topic of our next panel discussion is the dangers of developing gender ideology in US and EU social policy. Let me, at the beginning, introduce our distinguished panelists, and after that, we will start with a few remarks from my side, after which we'll go to the discussion, hopefully fruitful and interesting for all the audience. So, let me introduce and invite Mr. Ed Martin, who is the president of the Phyllis Schlafly Eagles, the first pro-family organization founded in 1974, a lawyer and bioethicist. Ed is the author and the editor of 8 books, including the New York Times bestseller, The Conservative Case for Trump. In 1997, Ed was appointed by Pope John Paul II as the youngest participant in the Synod of Bishops of America. Ed is an advisor to President Trump and lives in Virginia with his wife and 4 children. Our second panelist is Professor Frank Furedi, who is an executive director at the MCC Brussels and former professor of sociology at the University of Kent. He is well known for his work on sociology of fear, education, therapy culture, sociology of knowledge, and what is called paranoid parenting. He was once the most widely cited sociologist in the UK press. He's the author of numerous books, the most recent of which is The War Against the Past, Where the West Must Fight for Its History. Professor Furedi. Our third panelist is Rodrigo Ballester, who is the head of the Center for European Studies at the Matthias Corvinus Collegium in Budapest. He's a former EU official. He spent 16 years in Brussels, both in the European Parliament and the European Commission, notably as a member of staff of the Hungarian Commissioner. Since 2010, he's a visiting professor at the Institute d'Études Politiques de Paris, where he teaches European law. Mr. Ballester. And our fourth panelist is Mr. Marek Nowak, who is international director at the Ladislav Hanus Institute in Slovakia. Mr. Nowak is responsible for political events and projects and international relationships. He's also responsible for organizing annual conservative summit in Slovakia that gathers prominent conservative intellectuals and public figures. Mr. Nowak. So as I said, we start with a few introductory remarks from my side, after which we'll go to discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, the reason we have chosen to discuss this topic during today's seminar is that gender ideology and more broadly woke movement are at the center of the debate over basic, natural and inalienable rights and freedoms, which form the cornerstone of democratic values and the rule of law. To be more precise, the woke movement represents the most important threat to these inalienable rights and freedoms. So, What is woke movement? The terminology derives from the idea of having been awakened to an awareness of the allegedly systemic nature of racism, sexism, heteronormativity, and other oppressive power dynamics, and the true nature of privilege, domination, and marginalization in society. In a nutshell, it is worldview emerged from a fusion of critical theory, postmodernism, and identity politics, which elevates identity groups, especially those built on race, sex, and sexuality, to a near sacred status, treating them at the same time as the new proletariat and a tool for challenging the established principles of social life, as openly discussed by Herbert Marcuse, among others. Wokeism undermines or aggressively attacks the foundational principles of Western civilization. First of all, it attacks the essential tools for understanding the world: reason, philosophy, logic, and empirical science. It also views the, quote, impartiality of law, objectivity, colorblindness, and meritocracy, unquote, as instruments of dominant groups, calling instead for an emphasis on subjectivity. The underlying belief is that modern science is inherently racist, patriarchal, and colonial, and as such serves as a mechanism of human oppression. Just one example. According to guidelines for teachers included in official mathematics curriculum framework in California, pointing out students' mistakes and attempting to obtain the correct answer are considered forms of white supremacy. Secondly, it attacks the family and all norms regarding sexuality. For instance, Black Lives Matter stated on its website, "We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure." Queer theorists openly declare their aim to, quote, deconstruct and destabilize categories of gender and sexuality. In this sense, wokeism extends the legacy of the sexual revolution. Thirdly, as pointed out by one of the founders of critical race theory, Professor Richard Delgado, wokeism attacks the very foundation of the liberal order, including the theory of equality, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, neutral principles of constitutional law, and the concept of the rule of law. Interestingly, woke is often referred to as a secular orthodoxy. However, it seems that it is far from being secular. On the contrary, with its new value system, new virtues and saints, as well as new vicious and sins, it should be recognized as a belief system. And it is a particularly toxic and destructive belief system, whose dogmas are radically opposed to obvious, basic, everyday truths. As a belief system, or quasi-religion, it has its own denominations, like queer theory, post-colonial theory, certain types of feminism and critical race theory. Among those denominations is gender ideology. At the heart of the gender ideology are radical ideas about human person. In particular, that people are what they claim to be, regardless of contrary evidence. A transgender boy is a boy, not merely a girl who identifies as a boy. You can ask, why do our feelings determine reality on the question of sex, but on little else? Our feelings determine our age, or our feelings don't determine our age or our height. Gender ideology is full of contradictions. For instance, if gender is a social construct, how can gender identity be innate and immutable? How can one's identity with respect to a social construct be determined by biology in the womb? How can one's identity be unchangeable with respect to an ever-changing social construct? Due to its radical detachment from obvious, basic, everyday truths, gender ideology, like the entire woke movement, requires constant artificial reinforcement. A vast apparatus is needed to hammer into people's mind that a union between two men is a marriage, and that gender is a subjective state. These are not ideas that develop naturally, or organically, or spontaneously. They don't stem from the shared experience of all cultures, natures, and languages. On the contrary, they are imposed from above through universities, courts, international organizations, the media, and corporations. Those who dare to question the tenets of wokeism, such as a trans woman is a woman, or who fail to use preferred pronouns, are treated as modern-day heretics, deserving to be cancelled on social media, fired from their jobs, or even investigated by the police. The dangers of embodying this belief system into US and EU social policy are the issues we will be discussing during this panel. As I already introduced to you our panelists, I would like to go straight to our discussion. And let me start with Ed Martin from United States. Ed, you worked with Phyllis Schlafly very closely for a number of years. And she's famous for opposing the movement that was based on rhetoric of rights and freedoms, even human rights. Could you tell us something about what are the impacts of that kind of rhetoric? What are the strategies that the political left is undertaken today and in the past?
In the early 1970s, the United States House passed the Equal Rights Amendment. And in order to have an amendment to the US Constitution, one of the ways is for the House and Senate to pass an amendment by 2/3 majority. So the Equal Rights Amendment, ERA is what I'll call it for this discussion, passed 254 to 23, almost unanimous in the House. I think it was 84 to 8 in the Senate. And then it went to the states, and within 12 months, 30 of the 50 states had passed it at the state level. You needed 36. At that point, the whole country was for Equal Rights Amendment. Equal Rights Amendment's only 24 words. The equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any states, here it is, quote, on account of sex. So if the Equal Rights Amendment had passed into the Constitution, you would have not been able to ever discriminate in America on account of sex. Not even the word gender, it was sex at this time, 1970. Because it passed, like the EU, the 267 amendments passed unanimously there, but almost unanimously, no one knew to oppose it except Phyllis Schlafly and then a band of mostly sisters, moms and wives, and then men too, and they opposed it. And the pro-family movement in America was launched in the 1970s because of the opposition to the ERA. So one thing to encourage you all is the opposition to these amendments can be an organizing principle. Phyllis Schlafly realized that you could organize against something dramatically, but she won against all odds. 1979, the ERA expired. There was a time limit on it. They desperately wanted to change it, so they extended the limit 2 years. Then it expired, and they didn't get it. And so the Equal Rights Amendment died, but the movement, back to Raphael's point, the movement for rights accelerated in different ways. And in America, the women's rights movement, the gay rights movement, ultimately the transgender rights movement. But the left decided instead of focusing on an amendment, they would sort of fight smaller battles in different venues to achieve the goal that they wanted. So there's lots of discussion on why they did this. You know, what is the underlying as Raphael referenced, anti-family, anti-human nature, communism. But I just want to comment on three areas in America that we have seen to this day. We see where the left is fighting us. One is in government and the law. When the Supreme Court was liberal and would come up with human rights out of the air, a right to abortion, a right to marry, men to marry, Obergefell. When the Supreme Court was favorable to the left, the Supreme Court was a holy and wonderful place. In the last 3 years, as the Supreme Court has become more conservative on abortion, on other issues, you're now seeing an attack on the courts by the left and trying to destabilize the courts. So my point is only to see in America, especially the courts are used against conservatives, against the people, until it's inconvenient, and then they will shift away from it. Now the rhetoric from the left is we have to get control of the federal Congress in order to pass these laws and back towards using the Congress. The second area is the culture. In America, and I have another book, by the way, on the platform of parties. Each of the political parties has a platform and how they change the platform. But the culture of our nation, systematically, the women's rights movement and the gay rights movement targeted the culture. The churches, the mainline Protestant churches in America, the Catholic Church in America, they were targeted by the left over time to shift. One of the ways the churches were targeted was the education system. The Catholic education system in America was second to none in the history of humanity, even other nations. It was nothing like what happened in America, and it was targeted by the left. And by the time you're done, there's very few Catholic higher education or below that are effectively holding the line on these issues. And so I encourage you the cultural fight included a specific targeting of entertainment. So that in the 1990s and 2000s, the gay rights movement had people placed in all of the Hollywood studios and all of the TV shows, all of the movies, pursuing their agenda, saying you have to have this, you have to have the depiction of homosexuality and all. And it was a tactic. It was not a thing, not an accident, not a preference. It was a tactic. And the last thing I would say in America now, and this, we're all in this together, is the power of the media, and especially social media, to utilize the technology to brainwash and rewire our people against us on these issues. It can't be understated. In America, we see it so regularly, and so the human rights fight that Phyllis started was a constitutional fight. Then it became a states and courts fight, but it has become a broader cultural fight right now that is ongoing, and there is great success in the energy, but there's not enough success in the policy fight.
Thank you very much. Definitely, United States are leading in spreading wokeism and gender ideology, but it seems that they do it hand in hand with European Union, which is the second bastion of promoting that belief system. So let's move to European Union, and that's why I would like to ask Mr. Ballaster. You have a huge experience in working in European Union. Could you share with us some thoughts about what's the role of European Union in spreading this belief system?
Yes, sure. Thank you very much for the invitation, for the event, also for the report that you did on sovereignty, where you are really like analyzing almost one by one all those amendments. And I think, Jerzy, that calls also for a response. Let's hope that one day, soon, maybe in the next 12 months, we can also put like a counter-proposal on the table where we can say things like family doesn't belong to you, European Union, or where we can say things like we love unanimity, the more the better, for example. And so, yes, let me just correct you on a little thing. I am no longer teaching at Sciences Po Paris for the simple reason that I have been cancelled 1 year after joining MCC Brussels. So that's c'est la vie. And when I see what this institution became, I'm pretty relieved about it. And yes, I spend a lot of time in Brussels, and it's true that, you know, sometimes people have the impression that wokeism is a bit of a nebulous and a very vague concept. You define it extremely well, but then you said, okay, but it doesn't happen. 2 weeks ago, I was interviewed by a Dutch journalist from a very big Dutch magazine, apparently. I never read it, but it's apparently very big. And the guy said, but what is wokeism? And you know, I had to explain to him. And then he said, yeah, but those are just... it's just a little trend, and this is just like in the fringes of society. I said, no. You know, when, for example, today in the European Union, you have a country like Hungary that has been, to which, you know, some billions have been confiscated for a lot of reasons. Of course, you can invent as many reasons as you like, but one of them is because in Hungary, they have a law that prohibits gender theory for minors. And this is costing billions of euros to this country. So when you get to this level, indeed, no one can say that this is only an anecdote. And let me give you very concrete examples, and you will even find some of the jargon that Rafael mentioned, and that doesn't say a lot because it's just like jargon, but you can find it in a lot of official documents. So I'm not going to speak here about the European Parliament because I think it's beyond any rational analysis. But let me give you some examples of the European Commission, texts adopted by the European Commission, by the College of Commissioners. Look, for example, at their LGBTIQ strategy. Only the cover page is already a poem, a woke poem. And it's difficult for me not to select more than two. I have 2 quotes. It could have been 25. But look, please listen to that. At some point, the Commission says the Commission will foster best practice exchanges between member states on how to put in place accessible legal gender recognition legislation. And even worse, and procedures based on the principle of self-determination without age restrictions. Self-determination without age restrictions. Well, the problem with self-determination without age restrictions is that they often end up in double mastectomies, in phalloplasties and vaginoplastias for minors. So you have lost vulnerable teenagers, depressed teenagers, 14, 15, 16, 17, if not younger, because sometimes those barbarian things have been applied even to children, who just have the possibility to mutilate themselves forever. And the European Commission is supporting that. Self-determination of gender without age restriction has a very specific meaning. They also say that women or men are heterogeneous categories, including in relation to their sex, gender identity, gender expression, or sex characteristics. So first of all, I guess like only 5% of my former colleagues can make the difference between gender identity and gender expression. And second, again, we are here, the European Commission, just questioning one of the most basic facts of mankind, that women are women and men are men. At least, you know, the Commission didn't cross a little step, which is to call women menstruators, for example. That they didn't do. Maybe with the next Commission, they are starting in 1 month. Look at the anti-racist plan of 2020 as well. And there, that's a poem that can even be, you know, like, I mean, it sounds like very American for the reasons that you will see now. They say, for example, only 3 quotes out of 100. We will improve education and knowledge on the historical, cultural causes of racism. We will tackle unconscious bias. Sorry for the translations, it must be dramatic for you to translate unconscious bias in Polish that exists, so unconscious bias that exists in people, institutions, and even algorithms. even algorithms. So unconscious bias, just for you to know, is the fact that we white people, we are racist even if we don't know that we are racist, even if we don't even notice that. There is always a leftist sociologist, sorry for the sociologist, that is going to tell us that we are racist because we are white. A type of capital sin, if you want, a woke capital sin. Next quote, the fight against discrimination on specific grounds and their intersections with other grounds of discrimination is integrated into all policies, legislations, and funding programs. And that has been translated into legislation. This is the last example I'm going to give you. Last one, the conflict between our values of equality and the reality of ingrained racism cannot be ignored, especially for you. The global Black Lives Matter movement has acted as a stark reminder. So you mentioned Black Lives Matter in your introduction. Rafael, you basically did some plagiarism of the European Commission, because so do them. And we might say, okay, those are only speeches that they write in documents that no one reads. Not true. And now comes, I think, the best example of it. There is an EU regulation, so we're speaking now about hard law, something that is compulsory, that is legally binding. On finance, on funds, it's common provision. It's called the Common Provisions Regulation. It's from 2021. It's basically something extremely technical. It's a legislation of 548 pages. 548 pages. And suddenly, and so basically it says how European money should be spent on a lot of funds. I spare you the technical details. And if you dig into it, in Article 9, paragraph 2, so one paragraph among 1,000, you find the following. And this one I already gave it to the translators because otherwise it's impossible. Member States and the Commission shall ensure that equality between men and women, gender mainstreaming, and the integration of a gender perspective are taken into account and promoted throughout the preparation, implementation, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of programs. So it means that every time you spend European money, you have to make sure that equality between men and women, gender mainstreaming, and a gender perspective. So if somebody can make the difference between a gender perspective and a gender mainstreaming, please enlighten me. But again, this is like a cultic jargon. And it's not only in the papers that no one reads, it is in the legislation. And the legislation gives a lot of power as well to the bureaucrats in order to launch an infringement against Hungary, for example. And one of the reasons why they also are confiscating money to Hungary now is this article, because they say, a lot of your projects do not comply with the common provisions. So what I want to say here is two things. First, it's a reality. What you describe is not a philosophical fight. This is the way the EU is spending billions of euros or using the budget as a political/ideological weapon. But before we ask ourselves that question, me as a lawyer, I have another question. It's like, whether you like gender or not, I don't. I really don't. But my first question is it the EU's business or not? Is it the EU competence or not? And watch out here, because you also have a very worrying trend, is that in the name of morals, in the name of values, what they call values, suddenly they have legal competences. Because here the legal answer should be, look, it's not even your competence. It is none of your business. Why are you even writing a paper on that? Why do you have this Article 9.2? Because at the end of the day, families, policies and stuff is only national. And me as a lawyer, there's one principle of the treaty that I like very much. My favorite article of the Treaty of the European Union and the functioning of the European Union is Article 5. It's subsidiarity. But there's even one that is even clearer that says very, very straightforwardly that whatever has not been given with a concrete mandate to the EU remains the competence of the member state. For me, this is like the golden rule. It is like saying that football is played with the feet and not with the hands. And still, this is one golden rule that is totally, largely ignored in the European Union, sometimes, often in the name of the rule of law. So the problem here is that it really geared up this process. And now we passed the threshold wherein the European Union changed and weaponized the budget for ideological reasons. If the EU is confiscating money because they want to tackle fraud, I'm fine with that. Corruption, more transparency, why not? But if the minute you are using it to tell to the Hungarian children about their sexual education, then all the red flags and all the red lines have been crossed. And this is what is technically, legally, politically happen as we speak. So watch out. This is no longer a discussion for intellectuals or philosophers. This is really, it became today, like an ideology that is pushed with a financial weapon on member states. Most of the member states are happy with it. They don't care. They are happy. Now, as you also in Poland, I mean, the concept of the rule of law is nothing but a political weapon as well. They confiscated 139 billion euro to you, and they drafted thousands of pages to justify their decision, and at the end, you all found out that it was about a change of government. And the minute your government changed, 3 months later, the money was flowing. And so today, it's only about Hungary. And that's why, no one really cares. But basically, under the excuse of gender ideology and of those values, you have created a Leviathan, an EU-like centrally superpower that is using the money, the common money, as an ideological weapon. And they're pushing that to circumstances that you don't even suspect. These ones, for example. But again, you might not know, but Hungarian universities have been kicked out from Erasmus. Erasmus is the sacred cow, is the country, the program that has never been politicized. I mean, Russian students today are eligible under Erasmus. Iranian students are eligible under Erasmus. Everyone is but the Hungarians. So when you reach this level of sectarianism and autocracy, indeed, I came to the conclusion that the place where I used to work now became a financial autocratic regime.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughts. And very detailed examples, very concrete examples. If I may, I would like the reality that the EU also heavily funds LGBT organizations, that it not only funds the policy that is full of LGBT agenda or gender ideology, but it also funds the organizations that promote that agenda and influence European Union. So those are, to some extent, technical aspects. It shows how it operates. But what are the results? What is the impact of that kind of policies on ordinary citizens, people, on families, on human dignity, individual freedoms, parental rights? Those questions are of the most importance, and that's what I would like to ask Professor Freddy. Would you like to elaborate a little bit about the impact of that kind of policies?
I would, but before that, I just want to make one little brief remark. The reason why we're losing the culture wars, and we are losing it, is because for a very, very long time we imagined that the problem was just the universities, or the problem was just a bunch of hippies in New York. And we never realized that the real problem are the people on top. Because in many, many respects, what we call woke ideology is as much coming down from above as from university common rooms. And if you don't get that, then you will not understand why the other week, the Archbishop of Canterbury in England decided that the word church should not be used anymore because it's too old-fashioned and we need a new word. I don't know what the church will be called, but probably it will be it. or they or them. But the interesting thing is that so many of the initiatives on family, on gender, are accepted and internalized and then ideologically promoted by even conservative governments. In Britain, for example, it was under the Tories that these ideology gained a legal manifestation. Now, it seems to me the really important thing to understand what's happening with the laws that are being passed is that surreptitiously the family itself becomes targeted. So in European social policy, if you look at the documents that Rodrigo referred to, in the documents, there's a lot that they say about the need to protect women, the wives in the family from male violence. There's a lot they say about the need to sort of help child poverty. And there's a lot they say about the need to prevent child abuse. Husbands are never mentioned, but that's cool, I understand that. Apparently they're so powerful they don't need any help from the EU. But what they are really getting at by talking about the woman, the child, is to disaggregate the family into different individual units. So it's not a family policy as such, but it's a policy that's designed to intervene within the family, to protect women from husbands, children from parents. Its real aim is to corrode the very meaning of that intimate relationship that families have with one another. And when you look deeper and you look at the way these policies work out, these sentiments are continually underpinned by culture. So the kind of cultural ideals you're talking about are continually there. So you watch a Netflix TV program, and invariably you have a violent father, a woman that needs to be protected from the man, children who are being neglected. And it's very difficult these days to find a description of a family that's nice. I mean, how many films have you seen where there's a lovely father and nice mother, they're sitting around the supper table, they're being really, really intimately wonderful with each other? You don't see that at all. And in my field in sociology, I became aware of that because I realized I was finishing a book, and I had this light bulb moment where I realized that there isn't a single book published on the family by a sociologist, not since Bridget Berger wrote a book, which actually said good things about the family. I mean, every book that's published is about the problem family. You know, it's like, imagine you go to university, you study the family, and there's not a good word about it. I mean, it's like, you would think that this is like the gulag, where we're all kind of imprisoned in. That's the way it's kind of generally kind of represented. So it's not surprising that a lot of young people growing up in Europe do not want to be enthusiastically members of a family. So many young kids are saying we don't want children because the family itself doesn't have that kind of positive connotation that it has for us. But there's also another element, and this is where gender ideology intertwines here. One of the important things about gender ideology is that it not only corrodes the family, but its explicit aim is to distance the younger generation from their parents. So if you look at the sexuality education curriculum, which the EU is promoting all over Europe, one of the first things they will tell you in this sexuality education, and it's got three parts. One is for 6 to 9-year-olds, then 13 to 15-year-olds, and then to the older teenagers. The first thing it says, that children are never too young to learn about sex. I mean, basically, what it's really saying is that before we teach them how to read, before we teach them mathematics, they got to know about their sexuality. I mean, these are 4 or 5-year-old kids who aren't exactly in the business of wanting to know about their sexuality, but will shove it down their throat. So you get to the age of 6 and 7, and the curriculum says, your views about sex may well be different to those of your parents and your grandparents. Believe in yourself and believe in what your teachers tell you. So basically, they're telling the kids that we know better than mom and dad and grandma and grandpa how to think about sex, relationships between boys and girls. We're going to basically tell you the truth, And then maybe you can educate your parents. There's a kind of distancing of generation that is going on all the time. And that distancing of generations takes all kinds of weird forms. So one of the things, I just finished a book called The War Against the Past. And one of the things I was looking at is the way in which gender ideology is implicated in rendering toxic the legacy of Western civilization, that everything that's gone on beforehand. And at first, I couldn't understand why it's done so systematically. And then I realized that one of the important dimensions of gender ideology is to essentially dispossess young people of their cultural heritage. Basically, if you tell young people that everything that's gone on beforehand is wrong, is contaminated, the history of the West is a story of shame, then it's very difficult for young people to feel proud about their parents, grandparents, or their ancestors. And they're doing this systematically. So just to give you an example, what gender ideology does is to queer history. It's a lovely term, queer history. And what queering history basically means is rewriting history in such a way that the good guys are the ones with the pronouns, and the bad guys are the ones that are men and women, in one way or the other. So they go so far as to look at, they go back all the way to the beginning of Western civilization, and they say, look at ancient Egypt. Now in ancient Egypt, when we look at it, we sometimes find human remains. Sometimes archaeologists go to Egypt and they find bones, and we now have DNA tests, so we can tell if that person is a man or a woman. That's what DNA does. They basically say that it is wrong for archaeologists to kind of say that this human remains is that of a man or that of a woman, because how do we know how they would have identified? So just think about it, right? Can you imagine the pharaohs, sort of using their pronouns, and can you imagine, sort of Cleopatra saying, I identify as, sort of. And what they're doing is they're going through every single chapter in our civilization and gendering it and queering it to the point at which every strong woman that ever existed, every queen, or Joan of Arc, or Queen Elizabeth in England, who's ever existed, they basically put a question mark about her sexuality. Because Joan of Arc must have been trans, because she must have been trans because she had a sword, and that indicates, sort of gender fluidity. Queen Elizabeth was one of the strongest queens of England, not the last one, but the first one, must have been either a lesbian or at least was ambivalent about her sexuality because she was so powerful and so strong. And, we can laugh at this, but what they're doing is they're systematically indoctrinating the younger generations to basically perceive themselves as not the inheritors of a wonderful culture and legacy, but essentially as a generation that must take a stand against their own parents, grandparents, and civilization. And that's why I think that gender ideology has become so insidious. And my job in MCC Brussels is to fight against this, but my fight is essentially one that is directed at the cultural elites of European society who are complicit in normalizing this, who basically are complicit in essentially destroying our very humanity, because that's what we're talking about, the most foundational principles of humanity, which is the distinction between men and women. That biological distinction is being corrupted to the point that there's a whole generation of children, not one generation, I think we lost 3 generations of young people in Europe to this ideology, because this is what's being promoted in schools. When you lose 3 generations of young people to them, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. And our goal has got to be is to make sure that we don't lose another generation to them.
Thank you very much. I think that it follows from what you said, what follows from what you said is that we're witnessing a new morality, creating a new morality, new set of dogmas that cannot be questioned. Those ideas are so extreme, so out of touch with the everyday citizen, what everyday citizen experience, is that there needs to be imposed. They need to be some external force that impose them on ordinary citizens. So that's why that leads us to another aspect of those topics, namely the erosion of liberal system. And one of the aspects of the erosion of liberal system is erosion of freedom of speech. Without freedom of speech, without vibrant discussion, we cannot challenge that kind of ideology. Marek, could you elaborate a little bit about that aspect of that phenomena that we're discussing here?
Thank you very much, Rafał. At first, I would like also to thank you, Ordo Iuris and Heritage, for enhancing actually the hope that in the future it can be different, and not every US embassy around the world, not the main bastions of European Union in Brussels will be bastions of woke ideology, global woke ideology. So thank you for this hope. Thank you for helping to create international alliance to combat these challenges. So I would like to speak about the freedom of thinking and freedom of speaking. They are among the fundamental rights guaranteed in national, European, international law, traditions, and the core of the culture of the Western world, core of its identity. It also helped become the Western culture the most powerful, the best. That's how we arrived to that point. So freedom of speech is also important tool of feedback in healthy society to keep it not coming to the extremes of any kind. And limiting freedom of speech is like limiting oxygen to the human or to the other species. Eventual regulations in freedom of speech should be possible only on the national level based on the democratic consensus of citizens, but not from the international or supranational institutions. What we see today is actually a huge confusion between dogmas and discussions. So in this brave new world religion, as we can put for the wokeism, neo-Marxism, progressivism, is that they are confusing these traditional dogmas for us as a conservatives, for instance, family as a union between man and woman, that father is a man, mother is a woman, and that family is the harmonical family is the best place to raise the kids. These are our dogmas on the true nature of a man, of the family, of society. And it's not only the question of tradition, it's also the question of the reason, of the common sense, and also of our faith. So these basements are crucial for us. What is different in wokeism? They are trying to eliminate these dogmas and put their discussion. So they question the gender, they question the nature of man, on family, on society. They question it, everything, and they create the new dogmas. And about these new dogmas, it's not possible to have a free discussion. Remember that for the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, for example, their approach to the science was not to ignore the science, but to abuse the science, to abuse the reason. The same goes for wokeism. I would like to add 5 concrete examples how the freedom of speech is under the attack of wokeism. So the first one we already mentioned is the question of the true man, true character of man, family, society, and basic fundamental rights, God, nation, family. What they are trying, for instance, if you check the question of homosexuality, they are saying sexual orientation is not possible to change. It's a dogma for them. But they are saying that the gender identity is possible to change. In reality, it's the vice versa. Sexual orientation through the will of the man can be also quite fluid during the life, right? You have these examples of former practicing homosexuals changing their lifestyle, having natural families now. These people hate these examples. We have concrete examples inviting these kind of testimonies to Slovakia. This is the most provocative for them to see that their dogmas are not real, that people can work with their sexual orientation if they want, of course. But the thing which is stable, like if you are born as a man or as a woman, they are trying to explain that it can be changed, it can be fluid, which is not real. So the second one, remember pandemic. What happened during the pandemic? There was since the start, if you remember the letter in Lancet, the scientific magazine in the United States, they put it, the people actually behind all this strange research of gain of functions from US and from China, these scientists put it very clearly, like, don't question the origin of that virus because it's natural origin from the wet market in Wuhan. And then now this is the only possibility, and now we should focus only on the one possibility of the how to solve it with mass vaccination, for instance. Yeah. So actually, at this kind of topic, discussion to have relevant hypotheses how to solve this huge problem, global problem of pandemic was eliminated, and the people who were trying to open these questions were dissidents actually at the time. So they created the new dogma and they limited the healthy discussions. Because of course we can have discussions about everything, about flat earth, but is it fruitful to have discussion about flat earth? It's not fruitful. It's also not fruitful to have discussion about if man is a man and woman is a woman. It's not fruitful, but it's for sure fruitful to have discussion how to solve pandemic, what was the origin of pandemic, and what should be the tools to solve the pandemic. Another example is green ideology. There is a dogma, a new dogma. There is a carbon dioxide is doing everything to destroy our environment. So limiting carbon dioxide for the every cost will save our planet. So this is the dogma, and everybody, the scientists who are saying that, okay, maybe it's causing something, but there are also other causes, I don't know, cyclic environment in the universe and so on, many hypotheses, they are limited. So all the funding for the funding schemes from the grants, science is actually very ideological today. So if you are not like mainstream scientists focused on the environment, most probably you will not receive some European funding for your environmental research. So that's another problem. They limited discussion where there should be discussion. And they created the new dogma of carbon dioxide. Another example is war on Ukraine, unfortunately. It's a horrible thing, but I would just put example from recent JD Vance talks about the solutions, how to solve the Ukraine in a European context or in Central European context. Slovak person with these opinions will be put by mainstream media as Putin's or Russian agent, right? So again, we have some causes, some history of that conflict. People from the woke ideology doesn't like to speak about the origins of that conflict, doesn't like to speak about the spectrum of solutions for that. They have only one solution, and they hate to speak how we arrived to that conflict. So again, limiting the important discussion. And the last one is ideological fight against fake news and hoax with ideologically motivated woke fact checkers. which is actually, let's say, like industry. It's the new industry, and it's not fighting only against like the real hoaxes and the, let's say, stupid narratives, but also like putting, for instance, conservative narratives or conservative approaches which are totally legitimate to the extremes of public discourse to eliminate the healthy discussion. So these were the basic five examples from my side.
Thank you very much. We're running out of time. But the closing remarks, the picture that we depicted is quite sad. We have against us institutions, courts, culture. So does that mean that there's no hope for rebuilding common sense, family, culture that allows human beings flourish? Is there any chance, any solutions to that sad circumstances? Would you like to share with us some short thoughts about that, since we have literally a few minutes left?
Can I just say one thing, which is the wonderful thing that happened in America was that during COVID, parents began to see what the teachers were telling their kids. And this also happened in England, where a lot of parents have begun to organize, in Scotland in particular, because they realized that kids were being indoctrinated systematically. And I think that the big challenge for us is to organize the parents, because they're invested in the future of their kids. And people like ourselves have got to get down on the ground and do everything possible to make that happen, because there are more parents around than the other side, right? And because they don't have children and everything else, we are in a position where we can influence policy and really hit back.
Just very briefly, I'm glad, because I wanted to say one of the things I meant to touch on was, in America, the rapid deterioration of parents' rights that has happened over the last 25 years, culminating with privacy rights and healthcare rights and all. And it is a big problem, a major problem, that the left used the rights movement. But the good news is, in America, two groups I can mention, Moms for Liberty and Moms for America, where groups have come together and seen something so upsetting that it's become an organizing principle, and a very positive one. The question is, how do we build the momentum for the broader vision of, say, the family, not just protecting the kids? After COVID, we had an influx of parents sending their kids to private schools, to homeschooling, and then about 2 years later, they went back to the public schools because it was more convenient and cheaper and all. So we've got to build on the momentum, but there are positive signs, especially around the most egregious examples of gender ideology that's parents especially have moved to do. And then I would just be remiss if I didn't say, in America, we need Trump. Trump is addressing that fight dramatically as a cultural moment, and we need that in America. I think the world needs it, but I'm a little biased.
Okay, thank you. And next speaker, Rodrigo.
Yeah, very quickly. Yes, there is hope. Yes, there are solutions. Parents are giving, from America mostly, are giving the best examples. They are managing to reverse the trend. There is a guy called Ron DeSantis, which is implementing very clear anti-woke policies. There's a person called Trump. There's a person called Orban Viktor as well. So yes, there is resistance. We have to stop laughing. I know that the examples about trans and wokeism in general are very funny because they are so absurd, but we were laughing for 20 years while they were mutilating children. So let's stop laughing as well. Sovereignty is also an answer. It means that keep those discussions at national level, because here there is an elephant in the room. We know we criticize a lot the European Union. Fair enough. By the way, they opened some disciplinary proceedings against me, so greetings to the human resources of the European Commission. But the elephant in the room is called the UN 2030 agenda. This is the mothership. It all stems from there, and sometimes we just forget to mention it. So keep those discussions at national level, never delegate those things to the regional level, and even less to the UN level.
Okay, thank you. And very last sentence. Well.
Yes, we should be positive, realistically optimistic, and because of the threat of wokeism is global, our conservative natural order answer should be also global, international, and without having this working conservative ecosystem, we cannot be successful. It's not fight of one or two or three nations, it's fight of the whole lucid world, actually.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have run of time, so please join me and thank our distinguished speaker. Thank you very much.
The UN Agenda 2030 is probably the most important part of the risks for our sovereignty, and it was a very important part of this panel. We'll be moving on to the last panel, the limits of sovereignty in a global world, how to build multilateral international relations. So, as you see, the topic of the panel is not about protecting sovereignty, it is also, but it's also about a realistic approach to a world when full sovereignty is no more possible. What are the limits, what are the boundaries, and what are the risks and threats for the sovereignty? And I will start to introduce our panelists and our guests. Georgi Harizanov, CEO of Bulgarian Institute of Right-Wing Politics, expert and analyst on international politics. Professor István Stumpf, constitutional lawyer, political scientist, university professor, member of the Hungarian Prime Minister's Strategic Advisory Council. Let us join in the panel at the podium. Henri Mellot, a French politician and social activist, former president of the Economic and Social Committee, chairman of the steering committee of the Jean Monnet Association. And Daniele Scalia, president of the Machiavelli Center for Political and Strategic Studies, expert in political science, author of numerous essays. And finally, Magor Erni, international director at the Center for Fundamental Rights, former deputy chief of mission at the Embassy of Hungary in Washington. Let me start with a very short introduction, and then I will ask you to present the opening remarks of this panel. Every student, university degree student of the international law or international politics learns that there was a time in Europe where sovereignty was not an issue. It was a time of Christianitas. It was a time of unified Christian empire ruled by two swords, ruled by the Pope and by the Emperor. And then, of course, came the revolution. And after 100 years of religious wars, a new order emerged, an order of sovereign states and sovereign leaders, sovereign monarchs. It was a Westphalian order. And the Westphalian order was somehow a solution to the age of strife. Today, this solution is being criticized as a source of tensions, as a source of war, and in fact, as a source of fascism going back the politics of Europe. We already mentioned in every of our panels, and it was the aim of the seminar and conference, 267 amendments, but we haven't mentioned the preamble to that. The resolution of the European Parliament from November last year starts with very specific quotation. In the first points of the preamble, only one philosophical treaty is invoked. This single philosophical treaty is Manifesto of Ventotene. No other document has been invoked. And Manifesto of Ventotene by Altiero Spinelli, it's a document from early 40s, the document that has nothing to do theoretically with economical union of European Union, but it is a document that criticizes the Westphalian order of sovereign states. It is the document, its author was an open Trotskyist communist, that calls for abolition of nations, removal of borders, abolition of property, replacement of democracy with the dictatorship of a European party, and the creation of a new European man, free of nationality, given a new identity, new European identity, free from religion, free from national identities. This is a new sovereignty, a sovereignty of an artificially built superstate. That is an offering given to us, that is a proposal given to us in this resolution of the European Parliament, a resolution that officially triggered the Lisbon Treaty procedure for amendment of treaties. And that is the question. How far it is possible to go back to sovereignty? What is the position of the sovereign states today? What can we do with European Union? Where is it heading? And how important is sovereignty for protection of our nations and our national interests? And let me start with the remarks from Georgi Harizanov, and then we will be following up with each of the panelists for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Kwasniewski. First of all, let me say it's an honor and great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much once again for the invitation. You, the Heritage, Mr. Carafano, everyone. Look, a team is as strong as the players who are forming it. So strengthening the national countries and keeping sovereignty is crucial. It's not important, it's crucial. Because the strength of the union depends on how strong are the countries who are inside of that union. You don't want a European Union which is formed by weak countries, weak economies, weak armies, weak cultures. The problem that we in Bulgaria face as a relatively newly accepted member of NATO and the EU is that in the past we had this romantic idea that we are joining these strong unions and we protect ourselves and our allies from the enemies and competitors on the outside. Basically, what's happening in the past years is that we have to protect ourselves from our allies, which is a situation that we have never accepted to be in. First of all, European Union and Bulgarian, especially transport business, by the way, this was a thing that we were very strong allies with Poland and Hungary and so on, was basically dissolved because it's formed as a union of peace, a purpose which it serves perfectly since the day it was established, but also as an economic union of free trade and free movement of people, capitals, and goods. And since 2019, because of the pressure of the French transport sector, our ally in both NATO and the EU, we were forced to bring our empty trucks back from the EU each month. And this is basically the moment that one of the core values of the EU, the free movement of goods, people and capital, ended. And it ended because of trade wars inside the EU, because after all, people quite often forget that we are also competitors inside the European Union. We are friends, we are allies, but we are also competitors. Then, in regards to everything that Mr. Carafano said, there comes NATO. NATO was a subject with a huge consensus inside Bulgaria back in the years where we became members. I'm not sure it's quite like this today, and one of the problems is that our allies in NATO are not acting in some constant mode or some constant regime. The situation changes very quickly. First, you have President Trump who comes here, meets Ms. Merkel, and says, look, stop flooding the Russians with money, take care of your own security, they will become rich, they will become, their self-esteem will grow, one day they will attack you, and I'm not going to be the one who saves you with the money of my taxpayers. And back then, as you remember, everyone was, oh, why is this hooligan talking to this nice lady like this? Everything he said was true, and it happens exactly as he said it. And Mr. Carafano is saying, yeah, NATO is a joint union, everyone is, yeah. But my fellows from my institute were invited in NATO's headquarters, and in the corridors, they were intercepted by these Albright, Clinton, Newland wannabes, who told them, look, stop pushing, this European narrative that much. We have 70% weight in NATO. We have 70% of the appointments. We have 70% weight in making the decisions. We don't really like this talking about this strong Europe. Stay in your lane. So which is it? And this happened even when Trump was still in power, because as you know, the bureaucracy there is not always appointed or singing in the same chorus with the president. So then came the year 2021, where 3 times in a row, the American diplomats in Bulgaria interfered in our elections openly. I was very entertained when 3 months ago Ms. Newland resigned and says we never interfered in elections. This is precisely what you were doing, come on. 3 times in a row, 3 campaigns in a row. At the beginning of the first day of the campaign, there was some strong move from the American embassy and the American government regarding Bulgaria, every time against the Christian Democrats and every time in favor of the globalist liberal powers. Every time, each time. For which she was tapped by the shoulder on the Inspector General of the State Department when he evaluated her mandate in Bulgaria. So, okay, let's make strong unions. Okay, let's be allies. Don't we have common enemies? Don't we have common competitors? I believe we all know who the enemy is on the war terrain, and we all know who the competitors are on the economy terrain. So yes, it's extremely important for us to keep our sovereignty, and it's extremely important to once again remember what unions are and that we are allies, and stop beating between each other, because if you open up the European media, there is a very strong competition between Poland and Hungary, which is the biggest problem of the EU right now. And I don't believe those countries are the biggest problem of the EU right now. I believe we have much bigger ones, and we should start acting like allies and restore the Union again by being strong, independent states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Stumpf, as a constitutional lawyer, you are experiencing from first hand this meaning of sovereignty in European Union of a country that is targeted by international politics of European Union and by international standards of European Union that growingly become weaponized since 2000 and Austrian case and Austrian elections. What is the meaning of sovereignty in this new arrangement of powers, especially inside of European Union?
First of all, I also would like to thank you for the invitation and congratulations for your report, which is summarizing most of the questions which we are facing when we would like to defend the sovereignty of the member states. I just also would like to let you know that one of the leading Hungarian think tank is going to publish the report about the rule of law situation in the European institution the last 5 years, collecting those kind of violations which the European Union institution committed against the rule of law. So I think we are just talking about that there are different kind of procedures against on the behalf of the rule of law against the member state, but what the European Union institution doing, violating the rule of law, nobody mentioned quite clearly. This report is going to do that, and when they are going to publish, I'm going to send you, and you can collect those materials. So that's right. The recent development around the revision of the treaties and also dispute about the supremacy of the EU law over the member state constitutions created an urgent need for reflection and re-evaluation our priorities in the EU political landscape. My thesis is the following. The European community is approaching the constitutional tipping point. The weaponization of the rule of law and increasing attack on the member state sovereignty paralleled with the overgrowing of the EU bureaucracy, exposing the thinly wide federalist desire which still dominated the Brussels mainstream. So I think that the Brussels mainstream and the Brussels bureaucracy is very much like a deep state in the United States or the shadow state in the United States, occupying those kind of area which is the area of the elected politicians. So they have no right, not legitimized to do that. In my view, as a constitutional law scholar and former justice of the Hungarian Constitutional Court, the ultimate imperative for the conservative is that we shall not cede any more authority over the national constitutional matters into the hands of the European institution. The protection of the constitutional identity is key in the larger battle of preserving the national identity. Constitutions serve as a profound declaration of the political and cultural values. They create a community and a sense of belonging. Therefore, it's not surprised that the constitutional identity and authority over the national constitutional matters have become the primary targets. The legal conclusion of the trend is that the national constitutional courts will become the most important player in struggle between the federalism and the national sovereignism in the European politics. We haven't crossed the Rubicon yet, but we are rapidly approaching it, and the conservatives must be ready for these occasions. We have numerous examples in the EU institution either overstepping their jurisdiction or going entirely against not just the spirit, but the written text of the treaties. The selective approach employed by the European Commission withhold the funds from the member state in clearly violation of the treaties. The aversion of the veto rights in the Council is also the violation of the treaties. The push by the European Parliament in the middle in the question of the national sovereignty of the member state is once again a violation of the treaties. The clear-cut example of how the European institutions trample on the ideas of democracy and the rule of law. The Brussels behemoth has no regard for the treaties or the values they once ensured. They only abide the rules as long as it serves their federalist ambitions. In the battle for the existence of the nation state, we must be aware about any possible threats to sovereignty, and we must also prepare for fight it with the tools appropriate for such a task. That will be the short description. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And in fact, Hungary and Poland, at least for 8 years, stood strong with their sovereignty against those efforts of European forces. Mr. Malos, I remember our last meeting in this hub of common sense meeting in Budapest a year ago or half a year ago during a conference dedicated to some EU issues, and I was very much interested in your personal experiences in growing European behemoth, as Professor Sturm just described it. It would be very interesting to see this perspective on European Union that you have as an insider from 80s till today, through Maastricht, for Lisbon Treaty until the new amendments proposed by the European Parliament.
Dziękuję bardzo. Jeśli pozwolili Państwo po polsku. Okej, ja lepiej po angielsku teraz. Może, no ja bardzo dziękuję Ordo Iuris za to zaproszenie. Dlatego to jest coś dziwnego. Ja się dziwię się sam, że ja jestem, pasja mojego życia to jest europejska integracja. Ja jestem pro-Europę, ale ja jestem pozytywny krytyk. I am a positive critic of the European Union, and my experience, first of all, just 2 words, I have a personal experience in Poland. In the 80s, I was harassed by SB, the Polish KGB of the communist regime. I was banned in Poland between 81 and 90, and suffer with my family also from the communist regime. So this is why I'm on that, no listen to receive on anybody about that. But as you mentioned, I was a fighter for European integration. Had the honor to be one of the president of a European institution, which the 6th European institution, or 5th, depends on protocols, European Economic and Social Committee. But I remember that at that time, it was 10 years ago, my first official visit was to Hungary, and was to his Prime Minister, Viktor Orban. And I was strongly criticized by some others, head of other European institutions, because my first visit was to Hungary, because at that time, it was in 2014, nobody wanted to go already to Budapest, because they start to criticize what I thought, very good family politic policies, very good policies to support small métiers, small business, middle class in Hungary. The European Commission already at that time didn't like that, but I like that. And my second quality that you mentioned is to be chair of a steering committee of the Jean Monnet Association. You know, which Jean Monnet is a founding father of the European integration. But to be honest, of course, it's difficult to wake up someone who died in 79. But I think if he came back today, came back to Brussels, he will be very surprised by what happened. First of all, just something that is not very known, but Jean Monnet hated the European public administration. He left the haute autorité, high authority, was the ancestor of the European Commission in 1956. One of the reasons, it's because there was this project to develop the European public administration. He was against. He thought that if we have a European public administration, that means people making career in Brussels, they will start to have a European bureaucracy. What happened? He was in favor of administration mission, people coming from the private sector or from the national public sector for a short time, working in Brussels and then back, not to lose their origin, not to lose their knowledge. And also, when I see today what the European Union has become, I remember when I came first time as a stagiaire, I didn't know anybody, didn't have any connection, nothing. In 79, it was a long time ago. I was there with a lot of passion, with a lot of hopes, to build something in common among all people, among all nations, among all citizens, all women and men. I didn't came to Brussels in 79 to consecrate all my life for discussion or for promotion of LGBT rights or work agenda. We had concrete hopes to build peace, and very thankful to Hungarian Prime Minister, to as President of Council of Ministers, to start again this peace mission. And I participated to the peace march we had this some months ago in Budapest. I was there to promote wealth among all European nations. I was so happy when there was the end of the Berlin Wall, and that we could have free speech, liberty, free democratic election in the East. This reunification of the European continent was one of my dreams. But what's happened in 3 minutes more, 3 more minutes? What happens that at the beginning, we had the idea of Jean Monnet, Schuman, and the others, were to build on concrete steps where the member state will decide sovereignty, to transfer some competence, some sovereignty in some key policies with agreement of all the participants to make better health, better future for citizens. Common agriculture policy, for example, transport policy. And I will give you one example. And we stopped that. Since I would say, end of the 90s, we stopped to build any concrete policies for the benefit of the European citizens. And I will give you a very concrete example, which is very close to my heart. I'm living in Corsica, in the Mediterranean region, where we have to suffer, not in Corsica this time, but in Portugal now, very heavy fires because of a dry, because of a wind, because of a heat, and every year the same. Do you know that 20 years ago, Michel Barnier and myself, you know, Michel Barnier is the actual Prime Minister of France, who has some problems to build a government, but Michel Barnier and myself, we made a report 17 years ago, a report for the European Commission to build a European task force for civil protection to fight against forest fires, against, I would say, devastation from this kind of catastrophe. This report is still in the cupboard of the Berlaymont. Nothing had happened. Today, Portugal is fighting with very short means against a terrible fire. I think there's already 7 to 10 persons died. And we know that each of our countries doesn't have the means in the Mediterranean, but everywhere, also in Poland, doesn't have all the necessary means, I would say, by airplane, by special airplanes, by firemen to fight against a very heavy fire. So this was a project that we put together, Michel Barnier and myself, to the European Commission. Let's create something concrete. As we did something concrete, you mentioned Erasmus. I think Erasmus was the last concrete positive project of the European Union. It was 30 years ago. What's happened from the time? Nothing. And I think the main problem is that in the idea of Jean Monnet, Schuman, and the founding fathers, there was a clear, as you mentioned, a clear presentation in the treaty that or we do something in common policy, we decide to do something together, which is for the benefit of our citizens, or we keep the sovereignty and the national activity responsibility in the national government. But since end of the 90s, we have developed this concept of shared responsibility, where member states are doing something and the EU is doing something else. And we have a very good example, I will finish by that, because you mentioned international affairs, where we create this useless European diplomacy. Today in foreign countries, like in Washington, you don't have 27 embassies of the European Union, you have 28. You are each of the member states plus the EU, and sometimes they do something different. This is totally useless. What is the benefit, of activity of Mr. Borrell, of some Spanish here, representative? What is his added value to the European, to the international, I will say, situation? Nothing. It just creates confusion. We could ask some member state, if you would like, to work together to be more active. For example, in the question of Ukraine, we see very well which countries have the knowledge because they are close to the border and they have, how do we say, the intelligence of what happened. Same thing for Africa, same thing for Latin America. It will be much more efficient than this useless bureaucracy. So this is why I would say, as a conclusion, as former president of the European institution, as a chair of Jean Monnet Association, I think that the work you are doing here, although I don't agree on everything what was said, but that's normal. Your work where you're doing is very important, but just don't forget that it should be focused not to destroy the European integration, which has brings a lot of fruitful results in the early 60s, 70s, 80s, but to change it, and to change it with a new approach and a conservative approach, an approach for the benefit of European nations and citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And what is, for me, the most important part of what you said is this meaning of European cooperation as a multilateral, consensual effort. That was the spirit of the cooperation for decades, and then taken over by a centrally governed bureaucratic structures of Brussels since late 90s and later. And just to present the outcomes of the possible outcomes of those amendments accepted by the European Parliament, taking over foreign affairs by Brussels will make it easier to have only one embassy instead of 28 in Washington, and one embassy of European Union and none of the embassies of sovereign states. The next part of this panel is an important question, and it's good that it will be addressed to Daniele Scalia, because Italy now is one of those countries voicing their concern and raising strong voice on family issues as well. And sovereignty is also a safeguarding factor against international utopian projects that were mentioned in the third panel. And some of them are promoted by supernatural bodies as European Union. What is the strength of sovereignty in this context?
Well, first of all, I would like to add my voice to those congratulating with you, because Ordo Iuris is doing really a terrific job in monitoring the European Union. Your reports are always very useful, also for us, for think tankers in other countries of Europe. You spare us a lot of work. Frequently, we do not our research, just to go to see what you wrote. So, coming to your question, well, naturally shifting the decision-making from the national level to the supranational level is enabling the pursuit of ideologically driven utopia, as the one you mentioned. Clearly, because at the national level you have better control by the citizens. What is the average citizen, the average man or woman asking to his politicians, to the politicians, just to take care of my interest, do my best practical interest? Very seldomly they are asking for, ideological crusades or something like that. Instead, on the European Union level, the scrutiny is very lower. They have free rein on their ideological agenda. What one clearly realized and perceived in reading your last report is that the EU establishment, after that the constitution was rejected by the peoples of Europe, have just decided to go on with forming a government, forming a European government, leaving aside the constitution. So we are going towards a government without a constitution. Something sounds wrong, something in that. History, that is always the best teacher, has taught us that when you have a government that can unrestrainingly pursuing their ideological agenda, usually that's not very good. We can think of Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia. I guess that you in Poland have some clues on that. So someone could object that the EU elite is not, it's not Nazi, it's not Soviet. Well, okay, let's consider also what are the deeper roots of the woke ideology that is now preeminent in the European Union is clearly Marxism, as many have mentioned before. You can see what is happening, for example, in Poland, towards the opposition. And you can see how in Germany is treated the right-wing opposition by, not just the government, but in general, all the security apparatus. If we enlarge the site also outside the European Union, we have seen, the breakdown in Britain. We've seen what's happening in Brazil, what's happening in the United States, with a double attempt to the life of the opposition candidate. So it seems to me that we are witnessing a sort of authoritarian turn. And so if it has ever been wise to give unrestrained power to your ruler, for sure this is not the best moment to do it. What kind of utopia would most probably pursuing a European Union government? Well, more generally speaking, we could think of globalism, that is, try to create just one big world government. That means both enlarge the cleavage between the citizens and the rulers, so less democracy. And also it means that they are going to rule with not in mind the best interest of the European citizens, but what they perceived as the best interest of all the world population, that in reality is just the best interest of the global elite. But in a shorter time span, I expect that if Trump is going to win in November in the United States, we will see an attempt to distance the European Union from the United States. We have seen something also during the first term of Trump, with the EU establishment some way flirting with China, and not only China. They become very vocally critics of the real alliance, the real concept of alliance, strategic alliance with the United States. So if they are going to split Europe from the United States, this means that also countries, like all the Eastern European countries that perceive themselves as threatened by Russia, and that so they really value the shield by the United States, are going to be obliged to have these relation cut. And this is partially good. It is definitely true also for the southern flank. We do not have, as Italy, for example, a big threatening power on the southern flank, but there are a lot of threats from the Islamists, some countries that are not clearly trustworthy, Iran, and so on. Also for us, it's good to have this type of support by the United States. If we are going to trust for our interest in the Mediterranean, other countries, namely France or Germany, it wouldn't be the same. In Italy, we still remember very well what happened a dozen years ago in 2011, when Italy used to have strategic cooperation with Libya that was important not only for business, not only for strategical supply of oil and gas, but also because Libya was cooperating in getting illegal migrants out of our shores. At that time, other European countries, like France, Sarkozy's France, seeing Libya most probably the opportunity to enlarge the sphere of influence at cost, at expense of Italy, and they push NATO to attack Gaddafi, to support the Islamist rebels. What we actually have obtained is that Libya collapsed as a state, that hundreds of thousands of illegals reach our shores, So that's why we do not really trust some other European, I wouldn't say countries, because government, not just countries, because if, in France is going to change the government, then we can trust them, but not in the current situation. The last thing I would like to say, since we are speaking of migration, foreign policy is very important also on migration issues, especially for Italy, since we have lost almost every legal tools that we used to enjoy. Italy used to just push back the boats of migrants. You intercept the boats and just send them back from where they come from. That was ruled as illegal by the European Court for the Human Rights in 2012. We have a lot of criticism by the European Commission and the European Union in general, the European Union Parliament, with our methods in tackling with these NGOs, ships that are bringing illegals on our shores. So one of the few tools that is still in Italy's hands is foreign policy. Meloni is using the foreign policy in this way. She has made agreement with Tunisia, with Libya, both governments in Libya, with Egypt, that are instrumental in curbing in more or less half the arrivals during this year in comparison with the last year. So if the foreign affairs are just going to become the exclusive competence of the European Union government, clearly hegemonized by Germany and France, maybe the leftist government, Spain, that's definitely not good for us, also in relation with migrations.
Thank you very much. It is important to remember that it is not only those grand ideologies that we are facing coming from the supranational bodies, but also those ideologies concerning migration that may be thwarted or fought against on the national level with our sovereign powers, and that would be implemented if we give up our sovereign powers to Brussels. But going back to transatlantic cooperation, sovereignty plays also a role in building up strong, running deep international relations and alliances. And that's a question for Margaret Erni.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Jerzy and Jim Carfano, for putting together this excellent conference, because it is really timely. We don't have too many platforms where Europeans and Americans can come together and discuss matters of values, security, EU-US relations. For some reason, all these topics have been hijacked by liberals, so it is really a very timely discussion today, and it's a very good networking opportunity for all of us, just right before the US presidential elections. Our hope is that starting from next year, we will be able to continue this discussion and put these ideas also into practice with some of our friends in the United States. Regarding your question to the relevance of national sovereignty in the transatlantic context, as you know, we're organizers of CPAC Hungary, so we interact with many of these organizations in the United States. And of course, we detect that sometimes there are some more important foreign policy questions than the EU. But, Jerzy, I totally agree with you. This should have a relevance. I mean, the national sovereignty of the European states should have a relevance also for the American audience. because they're also deeply impacted by some of the decisions that are made here in the European Union. So if Brussels comes up with some crazy stuff on green policy, their buddies in California will do the same. So, and vice versa. So we have to be very careful, and we have to make sure that we conservatives and sovereigntists on both sides of the Atlantic have a dialogue. And let me address this issue on different levels, because if we take, for instance, Central Europe and the way we think here, and we take a look at, let's say, the American Midwest, probably we can find more common ground with some of the progressives. We can find more common ground with those living in the Midwest than with those progressives living in some Western European capitals. So it's really important. This link is really important. And I think one of the fundamental issues is the values questions. Transatlantic cooperation, and it's actually the West. So let's talk about national sovereignty in the West. One of the fundamental questions is our Judeo-Christian heritage, because our entire Western civilization is built upon these values. Our democracies are built upon these values. And what we see here in Europe, just remember when the EU Constitution was drafted and some of the EU treaties were drafted, any relevance to God was just neglected and put aside. Whereas the Judeo-Christian heritage actually has some very normative implications for our legal system. And we have some unalienable rights that come from God. They don't come from a monarch, but these fundamental values should be respected. We did that in Hungary, for instance, when we changed our constitution. The very first sentence of the Hungarian constitution is, God bless the Hungarians. And the role of Christianity is acknowledged in preserving Hungarian liberty, Hungarian freedom, and the Hungarian nation. So this is one fundamental thing that we should not neglect. Second, we already mentioned the topic of foreign policy. Yes, and this has, again, some relevance. Well, not just some, but a lot of relevance to the Americans as well, because some of the foreign policy decisions made in the context of the common foreign and security policy are also can be relevant to the American foreign policy as well. Just think about one issue. We saw the horrific events last year on October 7 in Israel. And what was the response of some European institutions? And what voices we heard from EU circles who were influenced by the BDS movement and all kinds of voices against Israel. And there are just a very few states in the European Union, and Hungary is among them, that actually stood up for Israel and is a very loyal and strong partner for Israel. And this is, again, just an example of how some CFSP questions might be relevant also for transatlantic security interests. Right now, as the other speakers mentioned, there's a tendency to centralize power and make CFSP so-called qualified majority voting, which would basically mean that they're taking away the rights of the member states, EU member states, of pursuing their own foreign policy. This is something that we're totally against. I mean, you're basically, foreign policy is the basic function, one of the basic functions of a country. So also in your report, we very much agree with what you put in your report regarding CFSP. These decisions must remain in the hands of the member states. Third issue, security and resiliency. You already mentioned illegal immigration. Yes, here in Europe in 2015 and 2016, we had a big crisis. And we saw that the European institutions are unable to give a normal and give the right response to a security question that is impacting the lives of 10 millions. It was the member states, it was the Central European nations who stood up against illegal immigration and having people from a different background coming to our countries. So we had to stop them. And Hungary was in the forefront of this fight, as you probably know, by building the fence, building a legal barrier, and basically we became really an example that illegal migration can be stopped if there is the political will to do that. And we work closely with our friends here in Central Europe. The Poles, the Slovaks sent border patrols to our borders. So it was really a close cooperation. But again, it was a national sovereign decision that had to be made here. For the United States, what's relevant here? I think we all agree that a resilient and strong Europe is in our common interest. We see in other countries the consequences of illegal immigration with terrorist attacks, anti-Semitic attacks, and pro-Hamas protests. So it really created a mess. Again, it's the member states that can and should have the competence to fight illegal immigration. Of course, European institutions should help this process and should not fight actually the member states who are tackling the illegal immigration. With regards to security, another aspect, it's defense. As you can see, and it's a very good example that actually by reinforcing our national sovereignty in defense, spending more on our own defense, it actually adds to our collective security. So all those nations that decided to put more funding into and increase their defense spending as required by the NATO treaties and achieving the 2% threshold, it actually increased also the resiliency of our region. And another example, the 3Cs initiative. In contrast to Brussels, where all these crazy green policies are prevalent, and Brussels is spending huge amounts of money on utopian green policies. Actually, we need to build pipelines, and we need tangible results. We need concrete results. And the 3Cs initiative, which was a close cooperation between the Trump administration, our Polish friends, the other nations in the region, is a very good example of this. Lastly, culture and education. It's not enough to protect our national sovereignty, but we also have to be proactive. We have to take care of our children. We have to take care of the next generation. It's really unfortunate what we see on college campuses, what we see on what's being taught in various universities. Instead of teaching science, ideology is taught. So we have to be proactive, and we have to stop this. We have to stop liberals hijacking and capturing our institutions. So in a nutshell, this is how we see, or how I see the relevance of national sovereignty for the West and our transatlantic cooperation. The question, of course, is what's next? I think after November, we will know more, but definitely this is an area that we have to work on, and more events like this have to happen in the future. So I look forward to seeing you at CPAC Hungary next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having just a few minutes left in our panel, I will ask this question open and leave it open to you. Your question, what's next, is very important, and we also should seek some answers, institutional answers, for the risks and threats that we face now with the rise of European empire or European superstate. What should be the institutional response? Maybe some concrete institutional amendments to European Union that may bring about this project of European cooperation to a sane, realistic level of cooperation of sovereign states, rescuing us, safeguarding us from rise of Brussels bureaucracy that we are facing now.
Yes, if I may propose something. I think today in the treaty you have various kinds of air of confidence. You have the community policies, you have the shared responsibilities, you have the cooperation, we should have just two. Community policies, policy that we decide to do in common, and then we manage it in common, as we did with agriculture policy, transport policy, and then all the rest should be left in the hands of a national government. When they decide to cooperate, or they cooperate among themselves without EU institution, or they decide to build a common policy, but then that means that each member state, asking of course to the population, will agree of a transfer of sovereignty. It should be clear. Today with this shared responsibility, we create a Pandora box which allows the European Commission to use this shared responsibility to take more and more responsibility. This is just my short suggestion. Thank you very much.
Any other comments on that?
I believe on a political level, we should increase the consensus between us in supporting countries against policies which are extremely bad for them. Enforcing the open policy borders on Italy, on France, on Spain, it's obviously making them weaker. It's bad for them. It's loading up the social systems, it's creating crime, it's creating poverty, it's creating unemployment, it creates no-go zones, it basically creates a third world inside Europe in the suburbs of the big cities. So this is a thing where we should be in extreme consensus and force this consensus in our home country through the public opinion on the politicians in order to support each other, no matter where the country is. Destroying the Netherlands farmers will make Netherlands weaker. This is not good for us. All the bad decisions that were taken in Germany regarding their energy system, closing the nuclear factories and so on, is making the German economy weaker. This is bad for us. Your problems with the EU Commission, first of all, stopping you from pensioning the communist judges and now stopping you from appointing the new ones, elected by the judges, by the way, this is making Poland weaker, not stronger. The problem with Hungary, trying to enforce them, liberal laws and open borders, is making them weaker. Same goes for us, trying to preserve our coal power plants and cheap energy and trying to keep our transport sector, let's say, from the French syndicates or whoever communist there has problems with us offering good service on a good price, which is actually at the core of the European Union, is a problem for us. We need strong states and we need to form a consensus and support each other, no matter what the state is, on a political level or on public opinion level, against the enforced policies which are actually making our countries weaker. And if you let me finish with one example, if you want to stay fit, in a decent shape, basically alive, and your team is a people who are morbidly obese and barely move, and you train every day with them, what you do is actually drag your feet 10, 15 minutes and go home. Chances are that in a few years, we will also be, your results will drop, and chances are that you might also be morbidly obese. If you run with the best athletes, if they are your team, yes, at the beginning, your lungs will burn, your feet will hurt, but chances are that in a few years, you will be also a good athlete. So we want our team to be from the best. We want strong countries next to us. We want countries with strong political system, with strong economies, with strong armies, and we want European Union to be constructed by strong national countries.
Several years ago, there was a general consideration that the national state is losing their importance because the global challenge requires global answers. But what's happened after the economical crisis and after the COVID crisis and after the migration crisis, it was very clear that the national state became the only organization which was able to handle that kind of crisis. That means the importance of the national state in the future is very, very important. And if we would like to see the much more stronger Europe, we have to give back the responsibility of the national states and also the elected politicians, not the bureaucracy, because the bureaucracy has the not very well-defined lobby interests behind them. And they are not elected to do that. The people who elected, they have to implement what they promised the voters.
Thank you very much.
And of course, on a political level, we have to do our homework in each and every country of ours. We have to put in a government forces that support sovereign nations of Europe. And this is our responsibility. We have to do our homework. We are the Patriots for Europe, for instance, which is, as you know, a new faction and party in the European Union, now the third largest. And I hope more and more parties will join, but certainly a closer cooperation among the conservative forces in the European Parliament is very much needed for a change in the future. But we also need to change in some countries of Europe the governments, because the European Council, of course, and the Council of Europe is made up by the heads of state and heads of government. So, and the decisions will be made by them. So we have some homework to do, and Hungary is a good example that we can change things, but we also need allies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that panel. Thank you very much for those closing remarks we had concerning sovereignty as it is and the role of sovereignty in protecting national interests. And thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much, James Carafano, for the heritage partnering in this organization, in organization of this conference. Thank you very much to our panelists and audience for being with us today, to our donors and friends, because of whom it was possible to hold this conference on international level. And I have to say that there was one point during today's conference that I was afraid, that I felt threatened. When Kacper Kita was late for 20 seconds to get on the stage. And I'm not joking. I thought maybe he was arrested and is held captive somewhere in Poland. The situation is like that. If somebody from the right side is late, you do not think that there was a traffic jam. You rather think that he might got arrested somewhere and you need to send your lawyers there. So don't do that anymore, please. And in fact, your presence here at this conference is also a very important sign of support for the Polish constitutional order and the Polish democracy. And today we are facing an open new doctrine in Poland. It was already named by Prime Minister Tusk as militant democracy or transitional justice. And those words are nothing but pretexts and excuses to violate constitution, violate rule of law, and imprison political enemies. So thank you very much for being with us, because it is also important for the conservatives in Poland to feel better and feel safer in our own country. Thank you very much. It was the last panel of today. All the panelists and our guests who are enrolled on the workshop are now invited to join the workshop, and we will follow up with the Chatham House Rules meeting on sovereignty and European Union. Thank you very much.